And the first person I want to introduce, just for a brief welcome, is Professor Eugenio Coccia, which is director of Gran Sasso Science Institute. So, Eugenio, please.
Okay, thank you, Piero, for organizing this meeting. Welcome everybody to this online meeting, remote meeting. But I invite you in person to come to visit L'Aquila and Gran Sasso Science Institute as soon as possible, of course, to meet you in person here. We are a very young university institution in Italy. We born after the earthquake of L'Aquila as a contribution to reconstruction of the city, which has a university vocation since many years, and leveraging also the Gran Sasso National Laboratory of the National Institute of Nuclear Physics, which is the largest underground laboratory dedicated to astroparticle physics, and leveraging also on the University of L'Aquila, of course. So the model that Pöschl, together with INFN and with the University of L'Aquila, is to try to contribute to make L'Aquila a modern European city of knowledge, as we say. Our areas of interest are physics, astroparticle physics in particular, mathematics of natural, social, and life sciences, computer science, and also social science. We have a PhD course in regional science and economic geography. So an interdisciplinary institution, young institution. Our models are CISA in Trieste. I see here my colleague, friend Stefano, and of course the École Normale of Pisa. These are the institution which we consider our model. Of course, we give a lot of importance to the dissemination of the results of our research to the widest possible audience. So the open science, open knowledge issues are for us really fundamental. I don't take any other time since I know that we have a parterre of speakers of first quality. So thank you for connecting, and welcome to the Gran Sasso Science Institute. As I said, I hope that as soon as possible to be able to meet you in person in L'Aquila. Thank you.
Piero, you're muted, I think.
So thank you, everybody, for being here, because I see many other people join it in this moment. And thank you, Eugenio, for your very brief presentation. And let me give you the welcome to the meeting, and I will try to be very brief, but the purpose is, this meeting was organized by the Gran Sasso Science Institute and the Italian Mathematical Union jointly, and then we got a lot of help from the Italian Institute of Nuclear Physics and the University of L'Aquila. So the four institutions joined because they show a deep interest in the area of open science, so in the area of particularly open access. So here our purpose is to strengthen communication. We don't expect that this meeting will be conclusive, but we expect to be the first one of hopefully other meetings where we can structure something more. But this was just a warm-up meeting because a lot of people in our communities start to be interested, I would say also concerned in some cases. But in any case, most of our communities, they understand that this is really a new paradigm for research. So it's important that the scientific societies, other stakeholders, etc., they start communicating among them. So open access clearly is something that is not new in the sense that when I tried to study the field, I learned that there was a Budapest Declaration in 2001, a Berlin Declaration in 2003. Many other documents came out. The debate inside the scientific communities is pretty alive, although if I have to say something, seems presently too much restricted to a group of people that is well aware of the problems around. Most of our community, our scientific community, possibly didn't realize yet what are the U-turn, and somehow I would say that we will have in the future. Of course, I can say that one other main point is Plan S. You find mentioned explicitly in the title of the workshop. Plan S is, of course, something that is still an important approach that we want to understand what are the benefits we can get out of that, what are the question marks that we have to solve. When you start a process, nothing is completely smooth. And Plan S is something that will have a lot of criticalities. And then we have to understand also the level of the criticalities. What do they imply in our goal, ultimate goal, that would be clearly to have a science completely open. But this is easy to say, not so easy to realize. And transformative agreement became recently not a topic exactly because this is one of the main action combined with the green open access inside Plan S. We clearly, at least as a mathematician, I have to tell you that the community of mathematicians strongly oppose APC, so that authors pay for their publication. But this is something that, as many other things, are part of the questions that all of you have been called to. There are related questions in many other things, but question which relates to publishing houses, because many of our scientific society, they do have publishing houses. Publishing houses are important source of revenues for scientific societies, and revenues are used for very good purposes. So we should understand where is the balance and the equilibrium point. This is for the moment, for instance, a European Mathematical Society opened this S2O that is subscribed to open. This is a possibly new way, but we do have to understand. We had the council recently of the society, and we committed to have a deeper discussion in a few months about that. So there are relations with the bibliometry, with impact factor, assessment of careers. A lot of things comes, we prepared this list of 3 pages of questions. I don't believe that every question will find an answer, but this was just the way to set up a lot of important points. Just let me mention, and I finish, that UNESCO in 2021 will come out with a document. This is particularly relevant because presently all the discussion has been done inside the rich country economic, developed economies. And we do have to understand what is the impact, for instance, on less developed countries, countries which do not have an economic. And UNESCO, I just assigned there because clearly what they want to define is somehow find a definition of open science compatible with them. They want to discuss, the multi-level stakeholders. They want to discuss the intellectual properties. but essentially they want to ensure that open science truly benefits the developing country. So this document that is going to appear in 2021 is something that we have, where I feel personally that we have to put a lot of attention, because we take under consideration problems that in large part of the discussion we had in Europe in particular were not sufficiently addressed. So I think that I can stop here, because otherwise it would be not a welcome but a speech. And we have 3 minutes, then we are going to start with Angela Bracco, which is a distinguished nuclear physicist from Statale University in Milan, and also the president of the physics, the Italian Physics Society. So Angela, in a couple of minutes, is going to start.
Okay,
so
thank you.
Starting a share to do all the technology connected with your.
Yeah. Can I start the sharing? Huh?
Yeah, I suggested that because of the Murphy's law, it's better to start.
I start the sharing, and then I do. You're steering the screen. I do this. Is that okay again? Hello?
I see very well.
Okay, good.
I hope that everybody is with that.
Then you tell me when I should start.
Yeah, and just I think that we are about 3 minutes from now. So just a technical communication for Delta, our ICT staff. So please start recording. Delta, hai sentito?
Sì, certo.
Partiamo con la registrazione.
Okay, you tell me when is you give me.
Sorry. Yeah. Sì, si può partire con la registrazione. Ah, ok, perfetto. Perfetto. Non lo vedevamo trasparente qui. Ok, perfetto. Grazie mille. Ciao. Recording is already going on Facebook pages and possibly in YouTube. So we do not need to record from Zoom. I think that still we have half minute to go. Delta? Is okay? Okay. Beh. No, adesso cominciamo. So I think that we can start the Angela Bracco talk, and Angela.
Okay. I can go.
Yeah, please.
Okay, so thank you very much, first of all, for this kind invitation. I really expect to learn a lot from this very useful meeting. And I have also the honor to be the first. So now, let me say that in this presentation, I will concentrate on the editorial activities that we have at the Italian Physical Society, and in particular their position concerning the open access. This, I want first to say also that the Italian Physical Society, that was founded in 1897, was just founded around the journal Nuovo Cimento, that then became the organ of the Italian Physical Society. So the editorial activity is one of the main assets of our society. So let's now go through this excursus, starting with La Rivista del Nuovo Cimento, that is a monthly journal of long review articles and deals with topics of particular scientific interest of different fields of physics. And these are mainly invited papers, which of course are peer reviewed before publication. Now, from this year, La Rivista Nuovo Cimento belongs to the, is distributed somehow by Springer and Nature, where they apply the hybrid model, open access, and the open access, of course, is available with in this context. So we are kind of happy about this journal because it has also a pretty high impact factor. Now, the next one, still with the Nuovo Cimento, I want to say that this is made available free to read to the members of the Society of SIF, and also, of course, is available to other people in the library with subscription according to the library rule. So these are the subscription and the distribution, as I said, are dealt by Springer. And at the moment, we have also a time window for free to read and download that at the moment is lasting about 1 month, but this could change anyway, this period. And of course, we have alert distributed by Springer. Concerning Nuovo Cimento C, is now has become a tool to publish a conference and seminar proceedings in all fields of physics. Also in this case, the article are reviewed by one or more experts, and also is associated with the other European physical journals. And so, of course, this appears in all the database like Inspire, Scopus, and the other. So since 2015, all articles are published online in open access for the Nuovo Cimento. The other activity that we have are connected with the EPJ, because EPJ is, as you know, is a merger and a continuation of Acta Physica Hungarica and other journals, of course, including Nuovo Cimento. And 25 European physical society are represented in EPJ. And of course, they have advice from the Scientific Advisory Committee. With EPJ, we give the opportunity to publish in open access hybrid type, and then the possibility to pay APC for gold open access. And also there is a possibility to have green open access, but with an embargo of 12 months. Then also there are in the list of available journals of EPJ, there are also already open, fully open access journal, like for example, EPJ-C, which I will talk later. And also the other point is that EPJ keeps a cooperation with EPL in a form of editorial transfer agreement. And so, as I said, the main publisher of EPJ are the publisher Springer and Nature, ADP Science, and the Italian Physical Society and Springer. Now, going back to the contribution of SIF, more in particular, so I just put in yellow where the Italian Physical Society contributes. For EPJ-A, as the editorial office, for APJ-E as the production office, and then the editorial office of APJ+. And concerning the open access journals, we have the editorial office of APJ-C. That is one, as you know, one of the journals that belongs to Scope 3. The control of CIF is within, of course, the steering committee, the steering committee and the advisory committee in which we have members. I want to say one more word about APJ Plus, because we are pretty proud about these journals that has an impact factor that is increasing in a particular way this year. And the journal covers a broad landscape of fields and discipline in physical science, and has the aim to distribute and archive all the materials that are important to have for the progress of physics. So this is the editor is Biscari from Polytechnical School of Milano. For APL, or the former Europhysics letter, CIF is one of the 4 collaborators, let's say. In fact, within this journal, the Physical Society produces and takes care of the production, while, for example, ADP Science and IOP Publishing take care of the editorial development. So we have the website. This journal is, as you know, is a hybrid journal. And again, CIF as participant in the management committee and in the board of directors. So this is, and as I said, EPL is also as an exchange with the EPJ. Now we go to the journals that are really local, let's say, run independently from the physical, from the other. So it's only basically the Italian Physical Society taking care of these 2 journals I'm talking about. The first one is Giornale di Fisica, and this is mainly devoted to teachers, students, and physics also, and the people interested in physics. It has many sections, like articles selected from scientific publications, particular section that is called Hour of Physics, that proposes a particular experience for didactic and teaching, and many other forums, find out more, observatory, comments. And then it has also, what I think is interesting, this section is called In Library, where we publish the review and the book presentation of the book that are coming out regularly in our field. And then, of course, there are some historical article also, or article that remind some particular case, some particular fact that happened concerning physics a few years ago, or for which we have some commemoration, and then open spaces. For this journal, we are at the moment trying, we have applied to get the indicization. I think we are almost ready to comply, I think, with all the requirements. So this will basically push the journal higher up. And then we have Quaderni di Storia della Fisica that are published without any fixed periodicity. In general, we publish 1 or 2 issues per year, and there are no additional costs for the people that are either that they can read this through the the web page of CIF if they are member of the society, and is also distributed in the library. Okay, so as I said, these are our publications for which we try to push more for the future. Now, another one that is distributed free of charge to the members, that of course they pay regularly fee to the Italian Physical Society, is the Nuovo Saggiatore, that there is an electronic version for all CIF members, and then also the paper is sent to the members regularly 3 times per year. And also there is an app that to have access to Nuovo Saggiatore. So this year in particular, because of the COVID, we made the Nuovo Saggiatore available for a few months also to people that are not member of the Italian Physical Society. The other thing is the proceeding of the International School of Physics that are done in collaboration with iOS Press Amsterdam. They are 3-4 issues per year. And I think these proceedings have some value also from their pedagogical aspect, and also have some relevance for historic archive. The electronic versions are offered in open access to the CIF member via the member area. So now let's go to after you have seen our, let's say, our journals, plus the one in which we collaborate or we partially contribute with the editorial office or distribution or whatever, we end their position. I just want to now conclude with an extract of what we wrote last year concerning our position for the open access. So I just try to summarize that, of course, the Italian Physical Society support the fundamental intention of Plan S, but of course CIF is a non-profit association, and that favors, of course, the progress of physics both in Italy and worldwide, and thus support all the activity that serve this purpose, and so in particular open access. However, CIF is convinced that this activity must serve the advancement of science, but must not restrict or disadvantage author, and must be based on resilient and sustainable business models. So therefore, CIF shared the position that the legitimate aim of making science results freely accessible to all must not be forwarded to unintended science-damaging consequences. So one conclusion there is that the possible way of implementation of Plan S without jeopardizing the scientific publishing system would need really set up an international task made both of researcher and publisher, and to launch a pilot project in various research areas from different science up to humanity. Of course, a possible model like a scope free at CERN that has now some tradition is a good test for which a careful analysis of the advantage, drawback, limited perspective should be really taken carefully and somehow inspire if we want some future action. Okay, so with this, I think I was more or less in time. I finished my presentation that really put in evidence what we are doing at the moment and how our journals are in line or not in line or partially in line with the open access statement. Okay.
Thank you, Angela, for your very stimulating presentation and to give us an overview of what the Italian Physics Society is doing in their editorial activity. So now I think that we can pass directly to Johan Rooryck. Johan, are you there? Your microphone is muted.
Yes, I'm here. Thank you. Thank you
Okay.
for inviting me. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here. So I will give you a brief presentation of PlanS.
Just let me introduce briefly who you are. So Johan Rooryck is a professor of French linguistics, if I'm not wrong, at the University of Leiden, and has been appointed by Coalition S as champion. This is the terminology that they use. So he is going to be he's a person that has an history to be very strongly advocate to open access. And he's going to represent in Coalition S, in conference, workshop. So his role here exactly, we invited here exactly to give us somehow some insight from what's going on in Coalition S. How do you think to overcome criticalities, and what are the steps further you took? So please, Johan, go ahead.
Thank you. So I'm not a physicist, but let me share my screen with you and see where we get. Let's see. Can you see my screen? Yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay, excellent.
Lot of orange.
Okay, so I'll talk a little bit about the principles and the implementation of PlanS. Most of you know already about this, but I noticed that it's always good to give an overview of what we are actually doing. So I'll cover a little bit of the basics, the funders, the principles, the implementation, how we work with key stakeholders, and what our activities are. You will see that I will cover a lot of the questions that are addressed in the list that Stefano shared with me. But of course, you should feel free to ask me any other questions when the time comes. PlanS is an initiative by research funders to accelerate transition to open access. Funders in it use their money as a driver for change. They are aligning their publication policies and requirements for both researchers and academic publishers. And the goal is to make sure that all publications supported in whole or in part by Coalition S organizations are available in open access by December 2024, which is an ambitious goal, we fully realize. The publication must have an open license, CC BY, or if the funder permits it, CC BY ND. We want to make it simple, and authors ideally retain copyright. The funders agree to cover the publication costs in many cases, not in all cases, and the policy will initially apply to peer-reviewed journal articles. So only peer-reviewed articles, so not articles that are curated content or journalistic content or overview articles. Those are not included in the policy. And open access books will be addressed in 21-22. That's our goal. There are 24 funders, a number of national funders in Europe, also the European Commission and the European Research Council, charitable foundations such as the Wellcome Trust, Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, and Sergey Brin's organization for research on Parkinson's. We have a global dimension. World Health Organization is a part of PlanS, and various other African organizations are members of PlanS. We have collaborated with other open access organizations on the Sao Paulo statement, and we coordinate action with Open Access 2020, the organization that is pursuing transformative agreements in Germany. And we also have coordinated actions with the open access repository community. What are the principles of planners? Well, principles of planners are that research results are a public good and they should be immediately available to accelerate science. So that means that there is a lot of no's that follow from that, against the no's with respect to the current situation. So we do not want paywall publications anymore, no embargo periods. Open access must be immediate, no copyright transfer. The CC BY license should be applied by default, and no hybrid model of publication. So we no longer want journals, and we will not provide support for journals that have both a subscription part and an open access part, because we have noticed that those journals do not fully transition to open access. The open access contributions in those journals have stalled over the last five years. So it's not a solution. But we do support those journals if they commit to a firm arrangement with fixed endpoints and with goals, as I will say in a minute. There's also a lot of more positive things, not just no's in this policy. Namely, we also want pricing, contracts and publication fees to be transparent and reasonable. So we want more comparison between publishers so that competition can restart and the prices remain reasonable. Funders will commit in turn to support such publication fees. So we do not want individual researchers to pay. So the funder should pay, or the institution should pay. Multiple routes to open access compliance. So we are not just about gold open access or about APCs. I will explain that in a minute. And there's a commitment to assess research outputs based on the intrinsic merit and not on their venue of publication. So we want to move away from quantitative metrics and from highly visible, the notion of highly visible journals. We want to evaluate researchers on the basis of the content of their contributions, not on their number or their metrics. So in that sense, we follow DORA, and the funders that are part of Coalition S have already applied these principles of DORA in their selection procedures for grants. And we hope universities will follow. Let me talk to you a little bit about the various routes we have to compliance. The first route, which everybody always associates, I think wrongly, with Coalition S, is the easiest one, and also the easiest one for funders. So that's gold and diamond, open access journals and platforms. Authors can publish in an open access journal, and Coalition S funders commit to financially support publication fees for authors. Of course, they can commit to that. They don't need to. If a funder says, we want our grantees to publish in diamond open access journals, that is perfectly fine, right? These are not musts. Second route is the repository route. The repository route is for hybrid and subscription journals. So authors are allowed to publish in a subscription journal. That is not forbidden under planners. But they have to, in that case, if they wish to do that, they have to make the version of record or the author-accepted manuscript immediately available in the repository. That is the condition. So that article is immediately upon publication available for the research community. And very importantly, tomorrow we will come out with a rights retention strategy that will address this and that will make this easier for researchers. I cannot give you details today because it's still under embargo, but watch the various social media and the press for this. This is probably one of our most ambitious policies that will announce a legally robust way of endorsing a green open access and making sure that all authors are compelled to publish their articles in a repository, to deposit their articles in a repository if they wish to publish in subscription journals. So, but I can't say more at this point until tomorrow. Coalition S do not pay for this, of course. They do not financially support publication fees in hybrid subscription journals, but they will allow publication there if the author deposits in a repository. I repeat, I think this is very important to repeat because the misunderstanding very often is open access is only about APCs. This was also in the questions that I saw. Then finally, there is the transformative route, and what we call the transformative route are, of course, all the transformative arrangements that exist So for instance, authors can publish in a journal that has a transformative arrangement, either a transformative agreement or a transformative model agreement, or that is a transformative journal, and coalition S funders can choose whether they want to support open access under these transformative agreements. Some funders do, some funders don't. So these are our three routes. We do also have other activities. Of course, we work with researchers, we work with researchers groups. We have established an ambassadors network to keep us posted about the concerns that live in the open access community. And we also have a task force with 4 early career researchers organizations to develop indicators to measure the impact of Plan S. These are the 4 organizations: Eurodoc, Young Global Young Academy, Marie Curie Association, and Young Academy Europe. We also want to work with learned societies. So for instance, we have developed a framework that allows societies to transition their journals to open access via a model that looks very much like subscribe to open. Namely, the idea that a society asks the various libraries that currently pay for subscription to convert that subscription to read and publish. So the libraries continue to pay the same amount to the society, but instead of simply getting a closed subscription, this allows for a read and publish deal, and the society still enjoys the same type of income. For instance, the Microbiology Society is negotiating a TMA, a Transformative Model Agreement for a 6th journal with the help of GISC. You can find the record there. I include the link. It's a very interesting attempt of this society to move their journals to open access, and they are succeeding. We also work with publishers. We launched a framework for transformative journals, in addition to the transformative read and publish journals. In a transformative journal, the share of open access content must be gradually increased with 5% in absolute terms and 15% in relative terms year on year. This is our way of getting away from hybrid. This forces the publishers to really make an effort in transitioning hybrid journals to full open access journals. Of course, subscriptions costs then must decrease year on year, because we do not want double payments. And the journal also has to commit to a transition to full open access and do so when 75% of the journal content is published open access. So there are firm indicators year on year for transitioning to open access. And interestingly, in April, Springer Nature adopted the TJ framework for most of their journals. So this is one of the indicators, I think, that Plan S is having a success. Springer Nature decided to adopt the TJ model to transition their journals to open access. In other work, we also require transparent pricing. Plan S guidance requires price transparency in order to build confidence, or rather re-establish confidence that prices are fair and reasonable. And we have recently announced the price transparency requirements on our website. Importantly, from July 2020 on, Coalition S funders will only pay for publishers who adhere to these transparency frameworks. So the transparency means that publishers have to announce the various kinds of services that are comprised in their prices. And these services are the same for all publishers. So publisher has to say what percentage of the APC or of the cost per article goes to the various services that we have determined. And these are currently already being implemented by a number of publishers. You can find that on our website. We are also developing a journal checker tool to identify journals that enable compliance with Plan S. So basically the idea here is that an author types in their funder, types in the name of the journal that they would like to publish in, and then sees whether they have to publish publish in gold open access, whether they have to deposit the article in a repository, or also whether the article is simply under a transformative agreement in the country that they are working in. So this is to make it easy for the researchers to make sure that they are compliant with Plan S. We have selected a supplier, and that this will be launched in December 2020. So there is change. We see also that in America, the OSTP at the White House has launched a consultation about open access. Changes in the air. I mean, we haven't had a decision yet, but the very fact that this is being discussed is very important, of course, because if American funding goes that route of no embargo and immediate open access, I think the battle is won. Also, COVID-19, of course, is reshaping the world of bioscience publishing. We know that a lot of the discussion now goes on around preprints, which is really completely changing the world of publishing as we speak. Springer Nature has signed a memorandum of understanding about the transformative agreement with the University of California, something that Elsevier did not manage to do. So these are things that show that the world of publishing is really changing. And there is also change, of course, in research visibility. This is a slide that I always show, especially for young researchers. Pivovar, Prim, and Orr find that in 2019, 31% of all journal articles are available open access. 52% of article views are to open access articles. And they project that by 2025, which is tomorrow, basically, for a young researcher, right, 44% of all journal articles will be available as open access, but 70% of article views will be open access articles. So there is a huge incentive to publish in open access simply because people will see your work, right? If you publish behind the paywall, the incentive to people to go look for your work is much less. And I think this will only increase in the future. So there is really an incentive for young researchers to publish in open access. Okay, I will stop here and I will gladly take questions when.
Thank you, Johan, for this very rich presentation and full of stimulations. So we have now Stefano Ruffo. Stefano, are you there?
I'm here. Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So
Sorry.
Stefano is the rector of the CISA school in Trieste, and he's a well-known physicist of complex system and in statistical mechanics. He is in charge of the library commission for the Italian Rector National Organization, CRUI. So please, Stefano, go ahead.
Can you see my presentation?
Yes, sir.
Is it full screen or not?
You see also the miniature on the side.
I should try.
If you want to keep it's readable the same. But
is it visible like this, or you prefer the option of full screen? Because I don't see the full screen option now.
It's if
you go to the bottom right-hand corner, there's down at the bottom. There's a little
screen
icon.
Go ahead.
Fit to the window? No.
Yeah.
No. It keeps getting obscured.
One more. This one, yes.
To the right, I see fit to the window.
To the left of the plus and minus, there's a pop-up screen. So down on the bottom row, there's a slider bar that goes for size, and just to the left of the minus sign.
We don't have the same. I think we don't have the same.
I'm looking at your screen. Down at the bottom of the screen, you have a left-right slider, and just to the left of that, that's the icon.
No, stop. Left of the minus sign, go to direction of minus sign. No, too much. Just immediately after minus. The icon.
I see a plus and a minus.
Yeah, just to the left.
To the left of the minus.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for assistance. Okay, so first of all, I would like to thank these 4 people. Unfortunately, I don't have a picture of Francesca, so I put just an icon. So I joined the CRUI Commission of Rectors on libraries since 1 year, and I found there several people that helped me to recast the group that takes care of subscriptions for the coalition of Italian libraries, and in particular Alberto Pozzolo and Nino Grizzuti, who is now the coordinator of the group. And also I have a very good collaboration with Roberto Delle Donne from Naples, and we are now launching an open science observatory, which will be managed by Roberto. And of course, the most important person, Francesca, is, I don't have a picture, unfortunately, because I couldn't find it on the web, and so I put an icon. So I would like to start from the remark of Piero of the beginning. So because that is also my personal history in getting involved in these issues, which is the role of the scientific community. So, and this, of course, has also a lot to do with the other institutional setting in which I am, which I'm a director of CISA in Trieste. And the community of researchers at CISA in the beginning of the 90s started strong activity in archiving papers, and there was a project that was called Babbage that was mirroring the archive in Los Alamos, now became the Cornell Archive, and that led in the 90s to the establishment of the first journal. It's a journal of high energy physics that started in 1997, and with the spirit of the journals made by the community for the community. There was a very clear competitor in the field, which was Elsevier, that was running the best known journal at the time, nuclear physics, and we can say that a little bit more than 20 years ago, 20 years far in the future, that competition was won, because nowadays the JHEP is for sure the best journal in the high energy community, and it's the most prestigious journal in the world. Is now published by Springer, and under the Scope 3 agreement. So it's fully open access. So in parallel to this development, you see that the scientific community was very active, especially in the context of physics, but I'm sure not only in the context of physics. This is the context that I know better. But in parallel, there were all the statements that also Piero was mentioning. So the historical development of open access, starting with the Budapest Declaration, the Bethesda Declaration, the Berlin Declaration, and so on. So the two aspects were in parallel, and I think that there has been a gap between the two. So, and the gap still exists. I fully agree with Piero by saying that the scientific community is not fully aware of what's going on in the context of these movements, and we should absolutely do an effort to connect the two communities. The third picture, which I've put in this first slide, is just not to forget that there are innovative actions in the field of publication, and which go very much on the line of the initial Paul Ginsberg initiative of the archives, and then the journals of the communities. which is, for instance, but for sure the other example, the example of SciPost. I don't like to rank journals on the basis of impact factors, but for sure is a number that everybody looks at. And SciPost came out this year, in 2019, with an impressive impact factor of 5. This was, of course, the result also of a model of publication which is very peculiar. I don't know how robust it is, especially when the size of the journal will grow and will find more support. But for sure, this is a message, and there is still a space for initiative of the communities in the publication arena. So I don't repeat things that you know very well. Open access is a stimulus to fund new journals, but and it's also a reply to the growing cost of subscriptions. This is something which affects very strongly our library budgets. I am the director of a university, so I know that we have a problem of paying subscriptions, and many universities have problems in paying subscription, especially with the fact that in the recent years the companies, publishing companies, proposed a lot of new journals that they sell us at growing prices, and because then you are obliged to pay for a package of journals and not for the journal that you really want to. So this is a real thing. And open access was a new open access journal where an innovative principle, and of course everybody knows that +1, for instance, was an emblematic case, and there is been a growth. The new data that have been shown by the previous speaker show that the growth is even more, and the projecting to the future will increase in the global market the role of open access journals. I don't say much about Plan S. I'm very happy to hear that the green road was left open in the new Plan S version. I have a question for my colleague Johan. Maybe he can reply later. For instance, I don't know if the archive, the Cornell archive, is really compliant or not with Plan S. This is a critical issue for physicists. I have spoken recently with Alicia Verde, who is the chairman of the archive, and she thinks it's not. So this is not a good news for the archive. We should, I think, do more on several issues like the ban of the impact factor. I think in the evaluation process of the research, we should focus more on the quality of research rather than on quantitative factors, especially those that have been introduced for other reasons, totally different reasons, and also on the copyright agreements. And of course, in the context of Plan S, one should pay attention, strong attention to growing costs for authors, especially for countries that do not fund research significantly. National governments do not fund research significantly. So, and there could be a problem for authors. Although Plan S insists on the fact that it's not author paying, but institutions. But if institutions cannot pay, the author cannot publish. So that's a very simple equation.
Well, no. No,
sorry?
because they can still publish in a subscription journal and
Sure,
take
sure.
No,
I'm talking about the gold. I mean the APC. I'm talking about APC. Sure. Sorry for I was not precise. So and then there should be a strong attention to funding and evaluation. So since Scope T has been mentioned by several in several slides, just give some figures and a list of journals that are published under Scope 3. This is a model of open access, which is, as also was mentioned by Professor Bracco, is very efficient. And you see the field of high energy and particle physicists publishes several journals. For instance, 30,000 articles were published since 2014. It involves 3,000 libraries in 44 countries. And for instance, JHEP that is published by CISA Media Lab is for sure the best journal in high energy physics. And I can tell you that since CISA owns the company 100%, the real cost of an article at Media Lab, so which is a no-profit company, is of the order of 1,000 euros per article, which is well below the excluding marketing, which is well below the cost that is mentioned when in several publications, which is at least 2 or 3 times the cost of an article in JF. And then I come to the topic that was more important today, being the chair of the Commission of Libraries, the engagement of the Conference of Directors in transformative agreements. I think that this is a very good news that we could sign in Italy the first transformative agreements, first with Cambridge, with the American Chemical Society, then Springer and De Gruyter and Emerald. I think that the success of after a year of block, essentially, so the publishers were not really proposing anything acceptable to the commission that was dealing with the contracts, and finally there was an opening, a very important opening at the beginning of this year. Is a good news. So so as you can see, in the beginning of this year, these are the dates of signature of these contracts. The contracts have a new format of 3 to 5 years, 3 to 5 years duration. There is a slight annual increase of the cost, put an average here of 5%. And this year, for instance, we half of the 5 millions over 10 of value of contracts expiring in 2020 were signed. And the policy that has been chosen by the CRUI is that tokens will not be shared a priori, so we will invite authors to use as much as they can the tokens for open access publication, and additional token, if we overcome the top, will be offered at the discount price. Of course, I mean, in any contract you can question whether you could have obtained more I'm fully agree that we should obtain the support of the community also to let the publisher know that we are ready to reach a deal, but that at the same time we want good deals for the community. And of course, this affects only journals that were under the subscription model. So so that gold journals, for instance, will be are out of the perimeter of these agreements. It is remain something to be defined in the following months. So how to attack also the point with the gold journals. So about the use of publishing resources, I've already mentioned that the tokens will be available to the authors, and we will proceed to the registration of the contracts in the ESAC registry. And the discussion about embargo, of course, concern only the papers that are not open access. Of course, with open access, embargo is 0, so the paper can be directly put on the made available to everybody. And it's important to mention that in Italy, in the last years, 7-8 years, this question of embargo has been connected also with an initiative, an initiative of the law, the so-called Gallo Bill, which recently has been again discussed in the Parliament, and I hope there is some chance that some of the aspects of the Gallo Bill will be discussed by the government. As I have said, that there is the problem of gold journals which remain open, and the difficult aspect of the payment of APC for gold journals, especially for a country like Italy that, as I've said, doesn't have good investment in research, remain an open issue. And as I've said in the beginning, I think that we should really push also for other models, academy-owned like SciPost, archives, progress in the archives, considering also that, for instance, there are fields like artificial intelligence or instrumentation, scientific instrumentation that put a strong value in publishing proceedings. And this is a different model of publication, because you subscribe for a conference, you participate in the conference, and then your paper is published in the proceedings. And this is a growing field, as you know. Artificial intelligence is becoming a very strong player in research at the world level. So we should, I think that we will see a difference in the next years in this field. I have finished, so I hope I have not been too long.
So thank you, Stefano, for this nice overview of what is going on in Italy. And okay, so we can start with some question. Barbara, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Barbara will be in charge to chair the
question session. Okay, so please, you can raise your hand. If okay, there is a Ulrich raising his hand, and he can talk. I mean, he doesn't need to be allowed to talk. So please.
Yes. Many thanks, Barbara, and everyone. So just a quick comment. I would really like to congratulate all three speakers of this morning for the achievements. And I would like, especially towards Piero, who had mentioned, right, the concerns about APC and so on. And I hope to show you a little later that the situation and perspectives are actually even better. And so my early message right now would really be indeed to follow up also what Stefano has said. We should really try to communicate even more clearly, right? And at the same time, I would really like to second Stefano on this one aspect that he made. It's really difficult to make progress and to communicate everything to everybody before making progress. So I would really very much like to second what Stefano and his team have done, namely really to make progress. I saw a lot of progress for Italy also this morning from my perspective for these institutions. And I'm really happy about that. And I think with this breakthrough that you have there, I think that the future looks very bright, actually not dependent on the US, which is a good thing nowadays if you don't depend too much on the US. I think we can make a lot of progress internationally, including the US, of course, with University of California. There is also a lot of motion. But before asking, I would really like to congratulate. And my specific question would be to Stefano, in which field do you see most need for further progress beyond what you have shown in the end, where you have now new contracts, new perspectives, and so on? What is your impression? Where is the key next point that you would like to achieve?
If you want, I can reply.
Yes, please.
So it's a very specific question, so maybe I'm allowed to reply. I think the hardest, of course, as you know very well, is humanities, no, because that's the field which is needs. I think there is a worry in the humanities field, which is higher than the real issue. So because there is no, I think, habit. There is no tradition, as I've shown in the hard sciences community. The tradition started more than 20 years ago. So, and especially there is a concern about the open access of books. Although the statement in Plan S is very clear that we will begin to discuss about books in a couple of years, there is a worry that Plan S. Another thing which is a worry for the community, I think, is the possibility to pay APC. So there is really no funding scheme of APC in Italian universities and research centers. So nowadays, APCs are paid on research contracts. And given the situation of the research in Italy, most of the contracts are European funded. So the rumors that Europe wants to exclude funding of papers of APCs from contracts, I collected these rumors. I don't know if some of you also collected these rumors, are very negative. So I think that this would be a disaster. I think this will be a perfect storm for Italy. So we are now moving slowly towards the open access, and then we would receive a very strong negative message from Europe. So about this, I can tell you what I did at CISA. I think it's a small thing, but even a small thing can be examples. So I created a small budget inside my budget at CISA to encourage early research to publish on gold open access journal, Nature, Springer, and so on, Science, and so on. Sorry, Science is not okay. Science is subscription based, but okay, there is a subscription. There is anyway a paper publication cost. I can tell you that in the 5 years I've been the director now, that this encouraged many young PhDs to publish in these journals. And I could see the effect very quickly because perhaps you have heard about this Nature Index ranking. And this encouraged so much the publication in this class of journals that CISA raised in the ranking of this Nature Index very much. And although it's a small institution, we were among the first institutions in the world. So, I think that this makes a prestige even without impact factor. So it's the fact that prestige is based on several, ingredients, and we should not neglect a specific one. I can understand that Italian universities will be in trouble to establish such funds. Because CISA is a small institution, we are 60 professors at CISA. An average university in Italy has at least 20 times the number of professors that we have at CISA. So, but this is a little thing that that can be done. So. Of course, I think that the government should absolutely put some money in support for APC. I understand that this can be honey for the publishers, no? Which if they know that the university will put more, but the context I think should be clear, no? The promotion of research of early researcher was the context of this little exercise. I see also that there are some questions in the question and answer.
Yes, there are many, but there are also many raised hands. So maybe the question
as you like.
Maybe the questions that are written, we can try to do it later because they are written. Let us try to make people ask. There is a question by Jeremy Gibbons. So please.
Yes, a question to Johan about. One of the principles he started with is that research is a public good and should be open. But public funded research is a public good and should be open. But what about unfunded research? So your Plan S, Coalition S is research funders and isn't speaking for people who are amateurs, enthusiasts, or just not funded by any research grants. If the effect of Plan S is to move all journals to gold open access with APCs, then you're cutting off publication routes for those who can't pay the APCs.
Well, first of all, we are not moving everything to gold open access. I mean, that is not what we aim to do.
But that might be the effect of what you do.
No, it isn't. I mean, we have various routes to open access. I mean,
but you can't control how the publishers are responding to those to your incentives. So
we do actually. I mean, if Springer Nature adopts our transformative journal approach, that is a direct reaction to our policies. Now, of course, I mean, publishing costs money, and I agree that for unfunded researchers, this is going to be difficult. But of course, unfunded researchers currently can ask for waivers, which I don't think is an ideal way of solving that problem. Our basic approach to this is that, in fact, researchers, funded or unfunded, should see the cost, but should not be responsible for paying. So there should be ways, mechanisms for making that happen, either by the publishers themselves or by funders or by other organizations. But there should be ways of picking up that cost. Now, I mean, our calculations show, in fact, and when we talk to publishers, that unfunded researchers are a relatively small percentage of authors. So, I mean, we have to primarily take care of the authors that we have funded. So we can't be everywhere either.
Sure.
But we are looking into ways of making sure that unfunded researchers are also taken care of.
Yeah, so most publishers have waivers for authors in low-income countries, but that doesn't cover unfunded or retired or amateur
actually,
authors in rich countries?
We are going to start a conversation with publishers and actually with a number of specialists in the community to try to look how we can move beyond APCs, because an APC is actually, I mean, has various problems. One of the problems is that it is not adapted to purchasing power. Which I mean, subscriptions for all their faults were. I mean, you know, people in lower and middle income countries pay very different subscriptions from the ones in the US and Europe. So that is a conversation we would like to have with publishers. What are you going to do about that? We also want to have a conversation about, you know, moving away from the APC, alternative mechanisms where. A little bit like what PLOS is experimenting with today, or what the Open Library of Humanities does, namely that libraries pay a fixed contribution as a function of their size and their country to the publishers, so as to make publishing possible. Personally, I think that's the way we should go, because that way, of course, the pressure on the researchers is completely removed, and you get a much more equitable, globally equitable system, so that, you know, an institution in Hyderabad does not pay the same as an institution in Oslo. And that we all globally contribute, because one of the problems with waivers, of course, is that waivers are very patronizing. I mean, there are many studies on that. Waivers are viewed as a patronizing mechanism and as a handout. And that is not what we want. I think what we actually want is that researchers in Hyderabad are able to contribute as a function, or these institutions are able to contribute as a function of their purchasing power, so that they feel fully participating members of the scientific community.
Okay.
Thank you.
That was a long answer.
There are many questions, and I really would like to give the word to everyone, but I ask you to try to answer quickly, because we are already late. So please.
We're running late with the program, so
yeah, we are running late. I think that we can take some more minutes for some questions.
We'll have to shift to the.
Yes. Okay. So there is
one quick question.
There is Vittorio Cotizzelati. It was the first one, I think. So please, you can talk, Vittorio.
Okay, just I want to make a couple of questions. Part has been answered by Rooryck on the fact, what's the final point of the transformative agreement? It seems in some way that we will reach either a state where all the journal will have APCs, or the other option could be
we lost Vittorio.
We lost Vittorio.
Yes, because
he pushed his mute button.
Yes.
Okay. Do you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. I cannot start the video, so I'm leaving.
No, but don't worry. We hear you.
Okay, so the thing that I was mentioning was, what's the final point of the transformative agreement? It's not clear to me at least, where we are heading to. It's been partly addressed in the answer before by Rooryck, in the sense that maybe we go to transformative, to APC for, I mean, all gold open access journals. The other possibilities is that institution would pay for this, but then this will take away the possibility of having that kind of deciding I want to publish here or there. If the institution pays, there will be no difference. We will buy all the journal at the same level. We will make no differences. So the competition between the journal that was mentioned before, it seems to be taken out by this second option. The other question was instead more an Italian one, since the new agreement that I'm very happy of. I was wondering what's the cost of this with respect to the subscription that we had last year. So if the costs are higher, similar, or whatever. And the other thing is if CRUI, the Conference of Rectors, is thinking also something to support learned societies and publication of the learned society.
We are very late.
Yes, we are very late. So
very quick answer.
Yes, please.
because he made the question to several people, I think. So can we shift the question answer to the?
Yes, maybe we can keep the question, also the other one, and answer later after the next talk. We will have more time. So raise your hand, stay with your hand raised, and then we allow you to talk.
I would start with Jeremy now. So Jeremy Gibbons is distinguished professor in Oxford, Department of Computer Science, and he has been is a director of, if I am not wrong, of a software engineering program, and also he has been for several times advocate to open access, also sometimes in a critical way. So I think that we will learn from him a deep insight on this topic. So please, Jeremy, we are eager to listen to you.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Yeah, I see it.
Good. Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and thanks for the invitation to speak. You've said most of what I wanted to say about myself. I'm a researcher in computer science, and I think I'm the only computer scientist on the panel here today. I have had various roles in open access things, and I'll speak a bit about some of those and my how that interacts with Plan S and transformative agreements and so on. So as a piece of context about computer science, we place much higher emphasis on conference publications than any other scientific field, I think, and many reputable, distinguished computer scientists have basically given up on journals altogether. They only publish in conferences, and the conferences are rigorously reviewed, as rigorously as any journals. The papers are in depth. They're not just short summaries or extended abstracts. They're 10 to 15,000 words long if they were just text. And for better or worse, we've found ourselves in a situation where we tend to favor the conferences more than the journals. And this is causing us some tensions, and that's one of the things I'm involved in. So one of my roles, a past role now, is that I was vice chair of ACM SIGPlan. ACM is the oldest and largest computer science scientific society. It publishes the proceedings of, they say, over 170 conferences and over 50 journals. They've been going since the late 1950s, which makes it very old for computer science, although, of course, not very old for any other subject. SIGPlan is the special interest group on programming languages within ACM, and it's one of about 40 special interest groups, and it's one of the biggest of the special interest groups. So SIGPlan is very proud of its conference papers, and so SIGPlan itself publishes about 15 conferences and now 2 journals within ACM. And the best of the conference papers are, as I say, they're full papers, 16,000 words. They go through a full 2-phase review. So the community considers those as good as, perhaps even better than most of the journals, because they're very competitive. They have only a low acceptance rate, whereas most of the journals, if you submit and revise often enough, then eventually you get accepted. So the conferences can have a 15 or 20% acceptance rate, which means that makes them very hard to get into. In balancing that, some national jurisdictions assess and promote their computer scientists on the same basis that they assess and promote all their scientists, and don't recognize computer science as special emphasis on conferences, and so researchers in these jurisdictions find themselves assessed only on their journal articles, which is causing them pain, because to get the best recognition of their work, they need to publish in conferences, and to get recognized at home, they need to publish in journals. So they have to fulfill two sets of requirements. So as a consequence, SIGPlan in particular, but ACM more generally, has decided to start treating these long, fully reviewed conference papers as journals, basically to treat the proceedings as journals. And there are now 3 journals published by ACM in the Proceedings series, one of which is Proceedings of the ACM on Programming Languages. And the top four of the top programming language conferences are published in this series. It's gold open access, so this particular journal is gold open access. The other PACMs are not, but PACM PL is gold open access. ACM have agreed to reduce the APC from what they normally charge, which is $1,000 US to $400 US per paper, on the basis that the whole journal is gold open access, not hybrid. And the SIG has agreed for the time being to underwrite those APCs. So authors are invited to pay if they can pay, but if they don't pay, then the SIG pays, and it pays out of conference registrations and also corporate sponsorship. So computer science is lucky that we can get corporate sponsors for the conferences, and the corporate sponsors like sponsoring open access, so we can cover the APCs by sponsorship. So I think that's a success story for open access publishing in computer science, particularly in programming languages, but it only covers the top few conferences, which is a bit of an issue. ACM more generally is moving to a whole transformative model. So there's this new initiative called ACM Open, and so I'll do this briefly because it's kind of been said already that at the moment ACM is supported by its publications through subscriptions, and there are many subscribing institutions, but rather fewer of them author a significant number of papers. So the idea is to switch to charging the authoring institutions rather than the subscribing institutions, and aiming to maintain the same total revenue. So authoring institutions will end up paying more. Those are typically the rich institutions in Europe and North America. And the idea is that the readers who aren't writers will end up paying less, and it'll move eventually to being a read and publish kind of agreement, of the kind that Johan was talking about. So this is the plan is to split it into tiers, and you pay a fee depending on the number of publications you publish. So initially, the top institutions will be paying about $100,000 a year, and the bottom one's $8,000 a year, and that bottom one is going to decrease to 0 as the percentage of open access papers in the digital library increases. And ACM Council has recently committed, in somewhat sense, to completely opening up the digital library, sort of completely flipping it to open access to read within 5 years with some provisos. I'd be curious to hear from Johan whether that counts as a transformative agreement, because the 5 years is not a firm deadline. It's as long as we can do it kind of deadline. Whether that's sufficient or whether that is likely to trip up over Plan S.
I think it's fine. I mean, what we want simply is a commitment that change is coming. You know, that there's transition underway.
Yeah. So this is a kind of mealy mouth commitment. It's a commitment provided we can do it, and provided COVID doesn't completely scupper us. So there's a commitment with qualifiers. So whether you count that as a commitment,
that counts for all of us, right? I mean,
okay, right, okay, good, thank you. I want to talk about two other journals that I'm involved with. I'm on the editorial boards for, which are both Diamond Open Access. So one is a journal first conference called the Art, Science and Engineering of Programming. So this is actually a conference that's been going for some number of years and has struggled in previous guises, but has changed to sort of broadened to cover all of programming, and also changed its publication model to be this journal, also called Programming. And the journal is published as an archive overlay, so it's completely free to authors and to readers. It's after 3 years, it's now indexed by Scopus. These are full papers. There's several rounds of reviewing. It's a high quality journal. There are some costs to running this, to running the website, to paying for digital object identifiers and so on. And again, these costs in this case are being met by the organization that runs the conference, and it's being met by a small surplus from the conferences. So basically, conference participants are paying for this journal. And another journal is Compositionality. This is really on the border of computer science and maths, on applied category theory. There is a conference on applied category theory, and a loose association between the journal and the conference, or not a tight one. It's the same people involved, but there's no direct path from one to the other. This is again Diamond Open Access, again an archive overlay, again free to authors and free to readers, published. So the papers are all CC BY, and the small annual cost of the order of €1,000 to maintain the website and pay for the DOIs and so on is underwritten by a generous donor, which is very nice. So this is in early days, so it's only published a handful of papers so far, but we expect it to be sustainable, and it's quite feasible to have a Diamond Open Access journal publication model these days. It doesn't cost much to keep it running, and even if you charged an APC of $100 or $50 or something like that, you could maintain this. And the third thing I want to say is about an old-fashioned journal that I'm involved with. I'm co-editor-in-chief of the Journal of Functional Programming. This is published by Cambridge University Press. It's established a long time ago in computer science terms, and was published on paper. In fact, it was originally published only on paper, which dates it. It's become online only recently, since 2015. It's currently green open access, so authors can post their papers online after an embargo period and transfer copyright to CUP and pay nothing. There's a hybrid approach where you can pay an article processing charge and your article is open immediately, but the APC is quite high, and few people are enthusiastic about paying that level of fee. And the journal is currently exploring flipping to a completely gold open access with an APC, which we hope will be underwritten by corporate sponsorship again, rather than charging the authors, because we fear that authors won't be able to pay or won't want to pay at the APC in order to publish, especially given that many other of the journals in computer science are going to Diamond Open Access and don't charge at all. So that's something we're currently juggling, trying to figure out how to make that work. So in the original schedule, I was going to go before Johan, and so I felt I ought to say a bit about Plan S, but since Johan's gone before me, I don't think I need to say anything about this. this hybrid open access not supported. I'm looking forward to tomorrow's announcement to see in what way that is. And there was a question which perhaps you find time to answer, Johan, about whether the archive is in fact compliant with Plan S. But I'll leave that to your time.
Do you want me to answer now, or?
Let's wait till the question slot. But I'm looking forward to the answer to that question. So my concern, and I kind of raised it in the question already, is open access is a good thing. Open access papers are more easily accessible. They have more impact. They're publicly funded, so they should be publicly accessible, not locked behind a paywall. And you might ask what the corporate publishers are for these days, since they add much less value than they used to. You don't need them to run to make print runs and post stuff, because things can be all online. You don't need them to do the copy editing and the typesetting, because we can do this ourselves with the tools we have. We might be very amateur copy editors, but it can be good enough. And you don't need them for long-term preservation, because there are things like clocks, which or archive overlays, which will do this for a small fee. So why are we paying $3,000 a paper, except for glossy production values? And how valuable are those glossy production values to us? So that's corporate publishers, but as earlier speakers have said, Angela, Bracco has said, particularly, corporate publishers aren't the only publishers, and scientific publication supports scholarly societies too. And I guess that's even more the case in the humanities. So the publication process is very important to these societies. It's what maintains the societies. The societies do a lot of good works, producing materials for schools and for teachers and for amateurs, lobbying, and being available to give press releases about controversial government policies and so on. We need the scholarly societies. We should figure out ways of maintaining them, preserving them. So we absolutely can't afford to destroy their publication model. And if they are currently relying on subscriptions to journals in order to prop up their other activities, then there needs to be some other mechanism. So some cost is necessary. I don't understand the mathematician's stated post in the position in the questions about complete antipathy to paying for publications. If you don't contribute any money into the system, then all the scholarly societies will evaporate. So the costs are necessary. There are waivers for low-income countries, but there are no waivers for the unfunded researchers in wealthy countries. So I'm a bit worried about what happens to the retired researcher who wants to keep writing papers.
Jeremy, excuse me, but let me just very briefly interrupt, because that's really not the case for most publishers, both society and even commercial. I mean, it's not only about income countries, but anyhow, we can follow up later, but that's really a fact that waivers are widely available already.
Okay, that's not my experience, but I'm interested to hear more. That's all I wanted to say, so I'll stop there.
Oh, thank you, Jeremy, for introducing many new pieces of information inside the discussion. And I think that in the next question session, we will have a lot of material coming out from your talk to debate. So now I want to introduce Frédéric Helein. Frédéric Helein is. Can you hear me, Frédéric?
Yes. Hey, can you hear me too?
Yeah.
Hello.
Frédéric is a distinguished professor at Paris Diderot. He has been recently appointed, just I think 1 week ago, in the executive committee of the European Mathematical Society. and he is directeur scientifique du Réseau National de Bibliothèques de Mathématiques. So this French national network of mathematical libraries. So I think also the experience of Frédéric will be very important to listen here. So please, Frédéric.
Okay, thank you very much. So I will try first to share the, okay, I'll try to, okay, that's it. I think, yes.
This is
okay. Can you? Oh, yeah. Can you see?
Yeah. Yeah.
So you can see.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. So, so I thank you for this invitation. So, as you say, I was very, very recently appointed in the executive committee of the EMS. So, I did not participate to the new model, which is the subscribe to open model, which is very interesting. And but I will more focus on my experience in negotiation. So I've been for almost 10 years involved with negotiations with publishers, academic, learned societies, and also big publishers like Springer. And I want to share you my experience. And so I may be very caricatural at some point, but I want to express some concern about transformative agreements, for instance. So first, something that probably everybody knows, that there are many problems in the scientific publication system. The costs, which are not reasonable, for instance, for a publisher like Elsevier, but also if you take the American Chemical Society, you also have crazy prices. Also the fact that these costs are caused by the market without competition, and also the fact that you have this market is not normal. You don't prefer something which is cheaper. Sometimes you prefer something which is more expensive because it's more prestigious. So that's one difficult thing. And another problem, which is addiction to H-index impact factors. So everybody wants to speak, but some people feel guilty when they speak about impact factors. And it's true that globally, this bibliometric indicators have a toxic effect. And we have seen for the COVID-19, the effect, there have been discussions about papers in the Lancet and so on, and many discussions which show that this index has a bad effect. And also another problem of APC. So I think, well, I am from the mathematics community, so I'm very much sensible to the fact that APC is not the right way to finance cost of publication. I agree that we have to pay for publication, and also, as Jeremy said, there is a problem with the learned society, which needs money, because we need learned society, and up to now the money came from mainly from journals, and they need to find new systems. And also we know that the hybrid model is even worse, and it's a good thing that Plan S try to prohibit hybrid models. So I want to focus first on what I learned from looking at negotiations from during the last 20 years, even before. So this and the problem is not with learned society or small publishers, because publishers usually have a very reasonable price. The problems are with big publishers like Elsevier, Springer, and also ACS, as I said, because the prices are not reasonable. And we know that so 20 years ago, this major publishers invented the big deals, which is a very powerful weapon to lock the negotiation, because either the library buy nothing or everything, and then the discussion is very difficult. And so in front of that, libraries try to organize into consortium and to negotiate all together to get a lower price. So there has been for 20 years, and for instance, in France, the consortium is 21 years old today, such a negotiation. And what is the result of this negotiation is that the price increase. We all know that the price have increased. I think the price probably has been multiplied by 2 probably in 20 years. And the consortium helps to contain a little bit the price, the cost, but it cannot preclude inflation, preclude the increasing of price. And one problem also is that consortium and major publisher usually have agreements for 4 or 5 years, and which has an effect on the other publisher. So here is a very caricatural diagram, which is maybe very relevant for mathematics and for humanities. I don't claim this diagram is relevant for all subject area. Maybe for chemistry, it's not the case. So in this diagram, we see very roughly the evolution of the money spent for 20 years. And so in red, I show the increasing of the invoice for Elsevier, ACS, and so on. And in blue, the total budget of library. So the price for a big publisher has increased a lot, and I think it increased even more during the first decade. So the price increasing was stronger during the first decade. But in the same time, at least for France, this is the case, but I guess it is the same in many countries. The total amount of money is available is decreasing. So the difference is used for paying small publishers, learned societies. And in fact, in mathematics and in humanities, for instance, there are many such publishers, but not only in these subject areas. And what the result is that who's supporting the increase of the price? This small company. So the effect is that there is a concentration. So some small publishers are just disappearing or lose money, and sometimes they are bought by Elsevier or Wiley and some such things. So this is so there are several ways to stop that. So this page is I don't want to insist on that. This is what one could call the diamond open access area, but there are many variants. So there is a side post we already spoke about. So in the center, there is Open Edition, which is a French system for humanities, but it's only for France, but it's a success because half of all journals in humanities in French are published by Open Edition. There are more than 400 journals in humanities, and most of them are open access, or if there are some costs, they are very reasonable. So it's really the result of a policy putting together all academic journals in humanities to have a system which now works very well. Okay, there are other systems. I don't want to insist. Maybe I can insist about the Centre Mersenne at the bottom, which is a kind of publication house like SciPost, but for mathematics, and which is a diamond publication house. In open access, no IPC, and it's financed by CNRS and French universities. So a second way is the so-called green open access. So I don't want to give too many details because there are many subtleties and different way to use the preference according to subject areas. So this is a way of which consists in putting the paper on a repository, and it's a good thing, very good thing, I think, that Plan S allow that. So that is compliant with Plan S. if there is no embargo period. And I think that's the point, really the point I want to insist on, that the use of repository is the key for changing the balance of power of a big publisher. Really, we are in a, I have for the publication, it's a war between libraries and publishers like Elsevier. And they are very clever, and there are a lot of way to improve the price, and the repositories is really a very important way. And I will come back to that. It's not only for reading, it's also very important to do text and data mining. If the license used for when you put a paper on a repository is sufficiently open. So now I want to go on the third way, which is a transformative agreement, which is a way to organize APC system. So there is also, of course, the APC system, and but I go directly to this system, which consists in putting all together the invoice for APC at the level of a university or country, which would be paid by some agency or libraries. So this supposes that you have some agreements with the publisher for paying globally this service. And of course, the interest is that you hope to reduce the price of publication. So, so this is some specification for the researcher, and apparently it's interesting to reduce price. But my opinion, it's really a trap, and this is the main message, so it may be provocative. This system is a trap, and I want to explain why in the next slide. So, so first, this system, the goal is to replace paying for reading by paying for publishing. But you agree that you cannot say tomorrow morning we wake up in a world where everybody pays for publishing. It's not possible. We need to find the transition. It's extremely complicated. So we need, one way is the use of transformative agreement. So which consists, there are many variants, but the idea is that you have agreements with publishers where you pay for publishing and reading, and you expect that the proportion of open access papers will increase. And so if you do that, then publishing with, if you have some agreement with Springer, for instance, and then for the researcher, you don't need to do anything to publish in open access. You just use this agreement. But the problem is that this already creates a difference between big publisher and small publisher, because what do consortia in general? They first negotiate with Elsevier, Springer, Wiley, the big one. And of course, the small one, they will see later on. But during this period, you have a disadvantage, you have a distortion of the market, because for the researcher, if you want to publish in open access in a small journal, you will have to pay an APC and to reimburse the invoice and so on. With Springer, it's simpler. So this creates a distortion. And this may accelerate concentration of public market, which already I've seen, which exists for a long time. And suppose that you arrive at the system where you publish, you don't pay for reading, but for publishing. So the result is that with big publishers, there's a problem with big publishers. You again will have big deals, not big deals for reading, but big deals for writing, for publishing. And now the question I really don't understand is why consortia would reduce price for such deals. And so I heard people supporting the system say, in this new world, we will be able to impose to publishers low price. And this, I don't understand why, because for 20 years, consortia are trying to reduce price in negotiation, and they never succeed. Or as they succeed in the last year, but for other reasons. Okay, so I think I don't think this system is so this system will be very good for this big publishers, because it's a very stable system. And okay, the time is over. No, almost over. Oh, I don't know. I see a message. No. So I think this system will be very stable for publishers. So, and I think even we will recover the same situation as before with big deals, and even worse, because there is some important point, which is the existence of SciHub, but also you have ResearchGate, you have social networks. Also. Today, so I should not speak about SciHub, but everybody knows SciHub, that SciHub exists, and Elsevier knows SciHub exists. They even have some pursuit in the States. So SciHub is very important because it helps today consortia to reduce price. Today we have seen, you see in Germany with the project, in California, very tough negotiations, and the goal is to reduce the price for the first time for many decades. But I think this exists because there is SciHub. Even you can, okay, the people in deal will not say that we are using SciHub. They can't, but we have to agree that this exists. But now, imagine you have a system where everything is open access. What good is SciHub? You don't need SciHub in open access system. So Alexandra Albakian can just rest a little, and SciHub can close. But if SciHub close, then the system is locked again by publishers. And I think the publisher will be free to increase the price. I mean the major publisher increase the price again. And one example in this system, which is shown to explain why this system. Yes. Sorry. Yes.
No, just we are a bit short.
Oh, sorry. This is almost done. So I think this is the last slide. So sorry. So one example is a scope 3. Scope 3. So you know scope 3 because we already speak about scope 3, which is a system for high energy physics. And as Stefano said, the price is extremely reasonable. It's even below any other things. But I think the important point here is that high energy physics is the only subject area where almost any papers in major journals are on archive. And that's a point for me, and this is a conclusion, which is that the massive use of reprint repositories, and if the research put massively the papers on repository, and the preprints also, then it changed the balance of power publishers. And this is a real point if we want to reduce the price. And so the conclusion is that somehow this, one should really, beside our models, support repositories, because it's really the way to support the libraries. Thank you. I'm sorry for the time.
Thank you, Frédéric. So,
Piero, may I ask, because it's supposed to be a workshop and I'm willing to dedicate some minutes from my presentation, if I'm allowed to have a quick exchange, because I think Frédéric addressed a few really important points, and I think it's much more efficient if we can just very quickly, if I would be allowed to address a couple of points.
I take your word very quickly.
Yes, so Frédéric, I fully share your concerns. And so if you could go back one slide, please. I just want to make 2 points, really. I fully, yes, this one. No, one more back to about SciHub. So I share your concerns.
SciHub.
I also fully share your positive conclusions, right? That we need archives, that we need SciHub and so on. But let me give you just one example why I do not share your negative conclusions and why I hope that my presentation and the follow-up discussions will lead to a broader consensus. Namely, for example, here with SciHub, the bottom line here, if all journals are open access, what good is SciHub? So first of all, I mean, it's really the contrary. Sci-Hub is under huge pressure. I'm grateful that Sci-Hub is there, but it's under huge legal pressure. If all journals are open, then Sci-Hub is legal, and the pressure that Sci-Hub generates persists on a legal level. So my point is really, there are a few conclusions that you have on the negative side that I really cannot share and that I can essentially disprove. Whereas all your positive conclusions, I'll fully share and show you and go for these concerns. And I hope really that for the whole mathematics community, which I think was the trigger of this workshop, this may be helpful to move forward, to jointly, let's really support each other's initiatives and not say, don't do this, don't do that. And I'll show you that it all goes together. That's really the content of my talk, but I wanted to address specifically the Sci-Hub argument, which in my opinion, actually in the end, if you think it through to the end, goes opposite. But that was my quick point I wanted to make.
Okay, please, Ulrich, it's your turn. I really take your words that you will be somehow taking some of the time. Yes. And so let me introduce you as director of the multi-phase chemistry department at Max Planck Institute for Chemistry, a professor at Johannes Gutenberg in Mainz. And in addition, you are considered one of the initiators of the open access activity in Germany. So I feel that we're eager to listen from you many interesting things. In particular, about the OA 2020 that you are involved.
Yes, many thanks for the kind introduction. And yes, maybe just a quick remark also when starting up. I consider my presentation to be complementary in a way to Johan's presentation, and it's also the way actually OA 2020 has been around for a little longer than Plan S and Coalition S, and it is consistent, but it's different. Plan S and Coalition S is top-down, although Johan, like myself, is a researcher primarily and a university teacher primarily. But Coalition S and Plan S is top-down from a funding, right? And top-down is sometimes necessary. It's not a bad thing, but it's a different thing. And OA 2020, and my perspective, is entirely bottom-up. I'm a researcher, I'm a university teacher, and I have started to work on open access in the year 2000, 2001, when I was a senior postdoc and junior assistant professor without even tenure track. So just to make clear, my perspective is entirely bottom-up, and I co-initiated and co-chair OA 2020, and it's sometimes a misperception about OA 2020, but it's really bottom-up. So the researchers who drive OA 20 are not, we have presidents and so on board, but it's really a bottom-up initiative. So let me I will very briefly just outline the motivation and challenges which we all share. I'll go quick also through all these things and we can follow up later, but I just want to give you a broad flavor. So also I want to start out then before going for OA 2020 and these more political things, I want to give you a quick flavor of what my perspective on open access is, and that's exactly SciPost physics and so on. What we did is partly a template and role model for SciPost physics, and I'm in close exchange with Jean-Sébastien Co and all these archive activities. I think that's a great thing moving forward. Also what we heard from Jeremy in what has been around for very long. I think that's very important, and that's much closer to me as a scientist, researcher, and university teacher. And that leads into this thing, epistemic web. And yes, we can do much better than traditional journals, and we are doing much better, many of us. And then I want to address really why we need, and I'm sure, and I know it from 20 years of experience, why we need a large scale, including top-down transformative initiative, of which transformative agreements are one element. It's not all about them, but they are one key element. And Frédéric, when I looked at your presentation, it was really very nice. I liked some of the slides very much. But if you put numbers of some of these things, they become even clearer. And when you look at the numbers, then you see the value and power of these transformative agreements that they give also to the other initiatives. And that's what I hope to bring across, essentially. So motivation we all share, right? Educational, economic, scholarly, and I just wanted to emphasize, for me personally, really advancing exchange, quality assurance with public peer review and so on, that's the key thing. And one thing also for me, I understand and respect green, gold, diamond, and there are also other colors, but I'm not a big fan of them. I actually prefer to talk about open access archiving, which is good, but not good enough. And I can tell you at length why. It's very good, it's necessary, but not good enough. And open access publishing, no matter whether it's gold, diamond, or whatever, which is immediate open access publishing with full benefits and sustainability. And I think that's what we need. We need both, but I think we also need the full open access publishing. So let me just briefly again talk about what brought me into open access 20 years ago. It was mostly the inefficiency of peer reviewing, which sometimes works very nicely, sometimes not so nice, but even if it works well in the old system, the nice reviewer reports are lost in a drawer and then they move on to the next journal or whatever and so on. So it's really a waste of reviewer capacities because the reviewer reports are often as interesting as the article itself, right? And so what we try to do, what also in the computer sciences and in other places people have tried before in 2000 is really combine the classical peer review, the strength of it, with new transparency and self-regulation on the internet. And you can see that in SciPost Physics since a few years. You can see it with what I will show you, ACP-EGU, the European Geosciences Union, where we have a large-scale enterprise, as I will show you. You can see that they're in full operation since 20 years. And so before I go to this example, also the bigger picture, what you see here looks a bit complicated or complex maybe, but actually it's all already in place. We have archive.org, we have other repositories, quite a lot by now, and you can place in these repositories with or without pre-review discussion papers or preprints, whatever you call it, doesn't matter. Then you can undergo public review and discussion. That's what we are doing since 20 years. Others have been doing it even before us. SciPost Physics is doing it successfully since some 5 years or so. Then you get the next level, what traditionally was the journal article, right? First you have a preprint or discussion paper, then you have the journal article here in the middle, and then you can go further and also compete with the glossy magazines, which is a different game, but it's possible and we are doing it successfully. And then you have, of course, long-term ranking, citation analysis, and so on, way beyond impact factors, which is a too simple metric, of course. And so in practice, so this would lead to the epistemic web. So my goal for developing the internet is not only an internet that shows all we know, right? That's about open access, but also how we know. That's about making the review process transparent and the discussion process. And again, there is quite a lot of successful initiatives out there. I'm not naming all of them. I don't even know all of them. But let me just show you how you can transfer what we did, a classical journal, either newly founded or traditional journals, we did it into a new journal. This up here is the classical peer review process, which all scientists among us know, right? You have a submission, you have reviewers, you have exchange between author and editor, and a final paper in the end. And what we did in the year 2000, 2001 is simply open up the box of peer review, put the whole thing on the internet freely, and let also transparency and thus self-regulation interact with open access. And I don't want to go into the details, I don't have the time right now, but let me point you to one place that we are proud of. We have tens of thousands of papers out there successfully published this way with self-regulation. I'll show you the hard numbers soon. But have a look if you have the time. It's all open access, right? You can look for atmospheric chemistry and physics. Jim Hansen was the first scientist to talk to the US Congress about climate change. He's now more an activist than a scientist, but he's still active in science. And with some scientific colleagues, they published a paper around the Paris Treaty Agreement and so on, right? We had it in open access. We had it open. And in the blogosphere, this usually attracts 1,000 comments that you cannot handle, right? But if you do it in a clever way, in a clever scientific setting, we had actually 100 comments that were very elucidating, where we could disprove people who claim there is no black body radiation or thermal radiation and climate is a hoax and so on. So just have a look at it. This is a fairly prominent example. We have many more other good examples. So let me give you a few numbers. It stops here because then I stop being a publications committee chair and I don't have the numbers on my computer anymore. Well, I have them, but not in this plot, but it keeps going up like that. So we did it. It's just one example again, right? With this atmospheric chemistry and physics, we had a Nobel laureate to kickstart us in 2000, but we have many other journals that work perfectly equally well without Nobel laureate. And what we achieve with these journals, which are, if you call them in this tradition, it's just OA publishing, you can call them gold, but actually many organizations are paying. So it's gold, diamond mix, it doesn't matter. This is not good wording. But what we have is top impact and visibility, including impact factors, article level metrics, low rejection rates, and a large volume. But with the large volume, I'll talk to you later. We have worked hard for 20 years, and we now have 10% of the entire geoscience journal market, which includes atmospheric science, climate, and everything. But still, it's only 10%. And that's the reason why I realized 5 years ago, essentially, we need more. The bottom up alone and the green archiving alone, which was actually the first way. Green archiving is archive.org. This was the first way, but it didn't lead us where we need to get alone. So we need more of it. But just this is one successful example. We can get back to it. And at the B12 Open Access Conference in 2015, myself and others realized we need to act now and launch OA 2020, because this delayed transition, the red track would be without concerted action. The blue thing is what we hope to, ideal situation. We quickly go into this S curve, and where we really are currently is the black curve. And I would claim that a lot of this growth, and here I will deliver exact numbers later, I don't, because this is too short term, but they are out there. The Max Planck Digital Library, for example, has them. So here, this delta here, which is a big one, this comes from Plan S, OA 2020, the consortium agreements. I'll talk about deal briefly, but there are a lot of countries and a lot of institutions doing this around the world. Since about a few years, we make this progress, partly also supported by Sci-Hub, but not only. And so the thing is here now from a science perspective, physical chemistry science, right? Always in nature, when you want the change, you usually have an activation barrier, right? We have subscription with high cost and limited access. We have open access with low cost, if you run it properly, and full access, full usability. So the low state in energy is the favorable one, right? So here we want to get, we all know and agree, this is where we want to be. It's low cost, it's perfect access, it's great. But we are up here in the past subscription world, mostly still, 80%. And now what OA 2020 and transformative agreements and other tools, but one of them is sort of the catalyst. It's the catalyst that allows you to tunnel through what Elsevier claims. We need to pay more, be reasonable about the cost, which is totally unreasonable. I'm fully with you, Frédéric, right? But this is what they want us to go over. That's why we are here. But we show you that we can go through here. Tunneling also exists in physics, right? So simply, really bear with me. We have 50% buffer. I'll show you the numbers later again. We have 8 billion euro in the publication market. We need only 4 billion globally. We have 50% buffering capacity. These are hard numbers, conservative actually. And so we have multiple pathways and tools, and OA 2020 and Plan S are complementary tools. Plan S is top-down. OA 2020 is much broader actually than Plan S in many regards, and it's bottom-up. Please have a look afterwards, and if you haven't signed up yet, please consider signing up for it, because there is place for all of it. And I'll just show you here just a few key things, because these are, again, misunderstandings, like Johan said, right? Plan S is only about gold and so on. No, it's not, right? Plan S is also very diverse. OA 2020 is even more diverse, I would claim. So it acknowledges all the stuff. We need the repository, we need it all. But to make swift progress in our lifetimes, right? I don't want to wait until I'm dead. I want to have open access in the near future. So in order to make progress, we need additional tools. And one of these tools are these transformative agreements, where we release and liberate the huge amount of money that is locked up in subscriptions and wasted, taxpayer money that is literally wasted. And so here are the hard numbers, right? Nobody has disputed, not even Elsevier, who tried to dispute things very often and give it a different twist from what is really the case. Nobody has ever disputed these numbers. They are not totally up to date anymore, but this has been steady growth. So we know 8 billion, and we would need only 4 billion, because as you, all of you said already, and I agree, I know the numbers by heart since 2020, we need only 1,000 euros for a proper article. For a few thrills, you need 1,500. For a great package, you need 2,000, right? So let's be conservative. If you need 2,000, it's 4 billion. These are hard numbers, right? So we are wasting 50% of the 8 billion on inefficiencies in the current subscription publishing system. And so, but the point is, and Frédéric, again, there I'm more positive than you were, because indeed the Max Planck Society for itself, and others also, I just know it from Max Planck for sure, and I know it also from others, but there it's my service. The Max Planck Digital Library works for me, so I have all their numbers. So they have already over many years been successful in transforming, and right now, so much of this happened before. So now see here, transformative agreements, pure OA publishers, they are not left out. We pay them just in the same way. This is all diamond, you could call it. But again, this is the wrong terminology in reality. So this is proper open access publishing, and we have 80%. And the Max Planck Society is not a small player, as you know. And there are other big players. There is the University of California. And for example, in France, CNRS could do the same thing. And many of us could do the same thing. And I hope we will soon do it, because there is the collaboration. And actually, the only elephant in the room that is trying to evade extinction is Elsevier, right? Only dinosaur in the room, actually. T-Rex. And so, but it will either change or it will go extinct, I promise you. Because now also we have canceled, it has expired. And in Germany, actually, most universities, most institutions have lost access to Elsevier, official access, subscription access, already in 2017. We lost it 1st January 29, and we have relatively few complaints, because indeed there are other ways to get the papers, right? All sorts of ways. And so this is already happening now, and Sci-Hub and other archives are one of the elements, but not the only one. One element is also just decisive action, right? And so now I'm coming to the end here already. Let's go. So this was Germany. Actually, Max Planck looks very good, I would claim. Most of Germany looks already like that, because for all of Germany, there are deals with Springer and with Wiley, right? With big deals, cost neutral. So we are not paying more. We are getting more value for the same money, and they will have to go down over time. They know that, and they have accepted it. Only Elsevier is trying to fool us still. And so this is the thing on a global perspective. We have here the global publishing market shares. This is from 2018. It's $10 billion roughly, right? The order of magnitude matters. We know 50% of it we only need to operate the publishing. The rest of 50% are excessive profits and inefficiencies. These are hard facts. Then we know only 10 publishers, of which Elsevier is the largest, are harvesting that money, right? And still 80% of publication, it always depends on what you count, but actually most articles in archive.org then also get published in the final version in a journal article that is then again locked away. So the problem is not solved by archive, unfortunately. I wish it had been solved 30 years ago, but it's not. So the perspective is now that many countries and organizations, I named only a couple, are already in successful transformative activities, of which transformative agreements that have cost-neutral transition into open access, legalizing proper repositories, including Sci-Hub and so on, if you want, right, following up on your thing, are already in place. And most publishers are ready to offer these. You just have to ask or push them. But if you don't ask or push them, you will not get it, because then life for them gets more difficult because they open and enter an open market, right? It's not a trap, Frédéric. It's not a trap. It's actually, it cannot get worse than the subscription trap. We are currently in a trap and we are crawling out of it. And I showed to you the activation plot, and that's the physical truth, right? So we have these things, it's going on, and let's please push forward, and let's also run the archive, extend them and so on, of course. But Elsevier, actually, this is the interesting thing. It's the largest one who has to lose most, right? And actually, because of our activities, they also lost some of their CEOs, and there will be more activity there going on, because we are not ready to take this anymore. So Elsevier is the only one that continues its denial of service, I call it, in the large markets. But in the smaller markets, they start to move, and they know they have to move. They just want to delay it. So I would again appeal also to France and everyone, right? Let's move faster forward, and then you will have much higher savings than just 5% and much higher return especially. So I'm here coming to the conclusions. The upper part is really what I normally am more focused about. I really do care primarily new improved forms of publishing, open peer review and so on. But again, there is a lot out there. There is no need to reinvent the wheel. We can build on it. Also, we need pre-publication history or public peer review again to know why and how we know. COVID again makes it even clearer, right? We need new metrics of impact and quality. That's clear, but there is a lot. Actually, open access is enabling that to a large degree. We have article level metrics, right? And it doesn't matter whether it's on proceedings from a conference, on a journal or whatever. This is happening as we speak. The problem is only actually, or the big issue, because we can solve it, that we are locking away our money. It's our scientific community money, but it's only 1%. I forgot to mention that, right? The tail is wagging the dog. We are spending 1%, 1 to 2, depends on where you look, on publishing. All the rest is what we are using for science. And then we lock the result as science away, all of it, the 99%, for the 1% that we pay to the publishers, right? I mean, it's crazy. So we really need to change that. I'm fully with you all, and we even know how to do it. So let me really give you two prosaic conclusions here. Or the headline is, let's return control of scholarly publishing to the scholarly community. I guess we all agree on that one, right? Then two specific things on that. Let's stand united, not say, this is not good, this is not good. No, it's all good and necessary. Let's stand united, and let's simply discontinue inappropriate subscription contracts, which in Germany is only Elsevier by now actually left, right? Everything else has been cancelled or converted, and the other countries are actually ahead. By the way, I'm a native Austrian, so I'm neutral speaking about Germany, so to say. And in Germany, it has progressed quite far. In the Netherlands, in Scandinavia, many other countries are much further even. I would invite you to endorse OA 2020 because it encompasses all of that and goes for a swift transition. And let me just, I added this morning, right? Because the first stuff is so prosaic, but there is also a lyric version. In reality, there is no problem, only solutions. We only have to solve a few issues of handing out our money for nothing. We were too stupid as a scientific community, and we have to change that. So there is no problem, only solutions. And then there is one other thing, and that is the the old saying also, a little less conversation and a little more action. Please bear with me for 2 more seconds because I want to share this with you.
Okay. So, Ulrich, thanks a lot for stimulating a lot.
I would say we could end on this musical tune because I heard a similar musical tune from Elsevier agent 10 years ago who claimed like that they need all the money. And I can tell you, if we have less conversation and more action, then we can get this done within a few years. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much for this talk that put on the table quite a lot of topics of discussion. I'm sure you stimulated quite a lot. As you said, not everybody shared the same way of thinking, but we are here to try to see whether we can find some common ways to proceed. So anyway, thank you very much. So Barbara, I think, has a lot of questions from people.
Yes, thank you, Piero. So first of all, I would like to have the question by Vittorio, and I ask him to choose one of his questions and repeat it very quickly, and the other one you can write in the chat. So we allow one question for each person because we are really a lot. Vittorio, are you there?
Okay, yes. Well, then I will ask to Ruffo some more information on the cost to pass from the subscription model to the transformative model that we have been that have been just signed by the CRUI coalition. Thanks.
So ideally, the increases would be 0, as Ulrich clearly said, but you need to overcome a barrier. I adopt his modeling, and in fact, in the negotiations, the negotiation team found finally an agreement for a slight increase of cost, but this will induce, of course, open access publication of all what was historically published within within the agreement. So also with a slight increase of the number of articles that can be published open access. So this is of course part of the technical issues that were dealt by the negotiation team. So, and moreover, the increase in the cost would have also been present if we had negotiated a subscription contract, of course, because this is inevitable. Previous year, we had negotiated the renewal of the contract with Elsevier, and that was subjected to an increase. And I would like also to add that, in fact, in the group of transformative agreement that we have achieved, there are societies. There is a Chemical Society, and there are also small publishers like the Greuter. So I think that we should also pay attention to avoid the effect that Frédéric was mentioning, that we achieve deals only with big players in the field. We should, and in fact, I think that in the negotiations that we are starting and those of the next year, we are including also small publishers, smaller publishers.
Okay, thank you, Stefano. Now it's time to give the floor to Andre Gold. Please, you can ask one question.
Yeah, thank you very much. So
No, it's very bad. We cannot hear you.
You cannot hear me?
No, it's very bad. The sound is very bad.
I'm trying to fix this.
Yeah.
Is it better now?
A little bit. No, Johan is telling that no.
That's really bad. I can't do anything here.
No, but it's fine. Now it's fine.
It's very high.
It's fine? Okay, so I'm Ulrich Pöschl. I'm the managing director of the publishing house of the European Mathematical Society. And I just want to bring in the perspective of a publisher here, because I think that this was mostly missing here before. And so as the European Mathematical Society, we are really obviously committed to support the research community. And I think we have a bit of a different view than other publishers that were mentioned here before. And we have a big problem with what Plan S is currently doing. And we essentially think that it's still very much based on APCs, which do not work for us as a society. That's the statement that we have made, and that also Frédéric, I think, made earlier. And the problem with it is essentially that you move the paywall from the reader to the author. And who would want that? Let's just quickly think about it. It's a totally unfair model if you suddenly charge the authors. Now, you would maybe think, okay, then you introduce all this funding for authors, and this fixes the problem. But it only fixes the problem in certain regions where the funding is actually there. So you cut off entire regions, you cut off entire research fields, and you cut off any underfunded researchers from publishing. Furthermore, you just have increased costs usually with APCs currently. Another issue that we have is the sustainability. So once a journal goes down the APC route, there's no way back. So you essentially could destroy potentially a journal by making it APC based or by doing a transformative agreement, where currently there is no plan whatsoever in the future. Like from 2024 on, there's no idea how these transformative agreements will work. So we're transforming to something where we don't know what it is, which is weird for us. So I kind of have a question to the whole community here, because we as a publishing house have decided to move forward with the business model Subscribe to Open, where we continue subscriptions and simply flip a journal open access for the next year once we hit a certain threshold of the subscriptions. And I don't think this was really mentioned in the whole discussion here. So it was all very focused on APCs and transformative agreements, which for the reasons I gave do not work for us. So I would like to ask why, for example, Plan S is not supporting, actually supporting other business models. So all the funding routes that Plan S currently has are for APC-based models or transformative agreements. So
may I answer that?
One question. You cannot do more than one question. Sorry. So
yeah, that's fine. So that's my question.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Can I answer that? Because
yes.
I believe André was not paying attention during my presentation then, because I made it very clear that Plan S is not just about gold open access. Actually, André, we had a conversation last week about this. I did inform you about other routes. I mean, tomorrow we're coming out with a very solid green open access policy. We support various open routes, various routes to open access, not just APCs. It is also not true that an APC-based model cannot convert to a different system. I fully applaud your decision to use Subscribe to Open, but we never said that APCs are the perfect model. We think it's a traditional model, and that ultimately the ideal model should be a pure publish model. We've said that various times, so I really don't. I really don't agree, and I think Uli will also say a number of things about that.
I would just like to second Johan, even though, again, I'm not part of Plan S and part of the Coalition S, but I think what he said is fully right. And André, sorry, this is really a misrepresentation. And I would really like to add one thing. APC is a technical thing, right? You can, there is a certain fee. It can be €1 or 100 or 1,000 or more, but there is a certain fee, and that's the APC, right? And the question is who pays for the APC and so on. And this should be taken very serious. So I fully share your concern that in areas where there is no funding available to do it, how to rechannel. But that's what OA20, for example, part of OA20 is about, how to rechannel. We have more than enough money in the whole system. And the question is how to reallocate it. That's not trivial, but it's doable. And that's what we should focus on rather than having these foggy discussions about things that are simply not correct. It's just not correct to claim these things. We should really jointly discuss how can we efficiently move forward and how to not leave out. So if no negotiators and contractors do a bad job, then they leave out these communities and these journals. And we need to jointly make sure that we don't leave them out. That's key.
Okay, I think that the situation is not clear at all. So we don't know what is correct and what is not correct. This is my belief. Anyway, I am
sorry, we are not living in a post-truth world. What I just said and the way I presented Plan S is entirely correct. I mean, you can see it on our website. You can see it everywhere.
Okay.
I strongly disagree with the fact that we don't know what is correct. We do know what is correct.
Maybe some of us does not understand what is correct. So that can be the problem. That
is why I'm here.
Okay. So let's give Graziano, you can talk. You can ask your question, please.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'm currently the editor-in-chief of the journal Analisi di Matematica Pura ed Applicata. So I'll try to bring the point of view of a journal. This is the oldest Italian periodic whose first volume appeared in 1850. The institutional aim of the journal is to publish mathematical papers and to disseminate the results of mathematical research, and the journal cannot exclude anybody from publication. The journal is could become a only gold open access journal and abandon its hybrid type character, because it will have to publish papers by unfunded authors. So my questions are the following to Johan and to Stefano mainly. On after January 2015, will hybrid or hybrid type journals still be admitted as compliant with Plan S? Will green open access still be compliant with Plan S again after January 2015? And could you please, Johan, say something more about the green open access for the future? And okay, those are the main questions, please. I would like to have an answer on this.
Yes, well, we financially support these various routes towards open access until December 2024. After that,
2014, you mean?
No, 2024.
2024. Okay, so after that, let's say.
Yes, after that we don't.
Which model you have in mind? My questions.
The model that we have in mind is paying for what is called pure publish deals. So you just pay for publishing.
I understand, but my question is,
we will no longer support hybrid journals that are transitioning towards open access.
Yeah, but they could still exist.
They could still exist, but we will not pay for them.
Okay, you will not pay for them, but they can.
The transition. What we are telling, basically what we are telling publishers is that we are being nice for now. We will help you in the transition. Transition your hybrid journals now towards open access, and we will help pay for those costs if you meet certain goals every year, right? That's what we do with the Transformative journal.
Yes.
As of 1st of January 2025, we will no longer pay because we think that the transition by then should have been completed, and those should be fully open access journals. And then afterwards, of course, we may still pay for open access fees. That is possible. But ideally, we will have transition to a pure published deals.
When you say we, you mean Plan S?
Yes, I will coalition
Okay.
S. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And what about the green open access?
Well, green open access will be fully supported still, I think. Yes, that is not a problem. I mean, the only thing that we want is full open access, whatever the color. So
yeah, but the problem is that
we will basically ask all our researchers to keep sufficient intellectual rights to their manuscript, so that they can, when the article is accepted by the publisher, that they can deposit that article in a repository. That is how it will function. And that is something that will be written into the grants of those researchers. That is all I can say for now. And tomorrow we will publish a more detailed plan to show how that works also legally.
Yeah, but do you think we can reach the immediate green open access without embargo?
Well, yes, if the researchers comply, which they will have to as per their contract.
Yeah. And you know, my problem, which is, I think, of course, for this journal and for many others, I think is important, and maybe Stefano could also answer, who, after the transition period is over, who will pay? I mean, our journal will have to publish papers by unfunded authors, by its institutional aim. Who will pay for that? Could we have a hybrid type without double dipping aspect, or how can we do that? Or what, for example, Stefano, as for the crew, think about that, and you again, Johan, as well.
No, I think we should waive authors from paying for publish. So I think our authors that are not funded should be allowed to publish from.
But I mean anybody. I mean anybody.
Yeah, and there should be a politics to waiving fees for authors that do not have funds to publish.
Yeah, because that is very important. Otherwise, I mean, we have to comply with our institutional aim, of course, as a journal.
But Graziano, this is already what happens at various publishers.
I
for
think
instance,
it's better to go
take MDPI, for instance. MDPI is the publisher from Basel.
Okay, so I think we have really too many questions. I don't know, Stefano, do you have some more questions from your side?
Yes, actually, I do have a few more questions in the chat. I just want to remind that Jeremy asked a question to Johan about a compliance of archive. Johan replied on the chat, archive is complying with Plan S. The only issue that remains is technical compliance, for which additional money is needed. They are currently looking in ways to support such efforts. Then we had two questions at the very beginning from Emma Lazzari, our friend from CNR. And the first question is, good morning, is it possible to know more about the Open Science Observatory that was mentioned by Professor Ruffo? Is something will be launched soon? And also another question, very technical, still to Stefano Ruffo, is the plus 5% cost increase is referred to the subscription in 2019 or also included the APC? So maybe Stefano Ruffo wants to address these two questions. Open Science Observatory, a few more details.
It will be launched very soon. So the group is formed, and there will be a website, and the person in charge of coordinating the group is Roberto Delle Donne. So you can address the question to him. And about the 5% increase, of course, includes the APC. So it's a transformative agreement. So it's the same cost of the subscription. You have a number of tokens, which is based on the historical number of publications, and with a slight increase. And it will be allow open access to the publications under the agreement.
Okay, then on the chat, that's all I have. So I think The other in line is Alfonso, who is allowed to ask one question. And Alfonso, you may talk now.
Thank you. I would like to thank all the organizers for such a refreshing event. Very interesting. I am editor of an open access journal, of a platinum open access journal. So the question I'm going to pose comes from this kind of perspective, and it is mainly towards Johan and Ulrich. I think one of the problems is that we are often assuming that all the stakeholders in this kind of ecosystem or scenario have equal opportunities. I think this is not the case. For instance, while we had the public funding decreasing over the years, the public funding for universities and research institutions, we also had a very strong shift from the traditional publishing with copies distributed and so on to electronic publishing, which transformed proportional costs into fixed costs. This gave to publishers a huge amount of revenues. And at the same time, the market is not a competitive one, because if you are looking for an article, you are not happy with a similar article. So this is the publisher who holds that article is in a monopolized situation. And this is causing huge concentrations. So this is a brief premise to my question. So there are lots of communities which lives around self-managed journals. Most of them are open access platinum journals. And I would like to ask you how Plan S and OA 2020 are supporting them, because there are costs and they are managed on the shoulders of the volunteers, editors, and other people involved, and so on. And this is and at the same time they have a role in the community. So I would like to ask if Plan S and OA 2020.
Okay, so I think thanks, Alfonso. I think this is also a question to Johan.
Yes. I mean, first of all, I would like to point out that I'm also an editor of a diamond journal, Glossa, which transitioned from Lingua, an Elsevier journal. So I'm very sensitive to your concern. And I would like to say that Plan S has launched a study, actually, has commissioned a study on diamond journals to see how we can support them. Actually, the support from Plan S funders for diamond journals is not so easy, in the sense that it is very difficult sometimes for national funders to fund initiatives that are outside of their national scope. And diamond journals are always out of anyone's national scope. So that's one of the problems that we're facing. So we've commissioned a study that is actually been undertaken by an entire consortium of partners led by Operas, a European-based organization that is in open access. And they will make a study, making an inventory of the various diamond initiatives, because I mean, they're very often completely distributed, while they play a very important role. And they will also formulate recommendations on how we can support those journals. That study should be out by the end of the year. And then we will see how we can take that forward and coordinate support as a function of the results of that study.
Okay, thanks very much, Johan. Ulrich, would you like to add something from the OA 2020 point of view? Briefly.
Thanks. I would just like to add, I would echo everything that Johan said, including that I'm myself an editor of a journal that is not fed by these big deals and so on. So again, I know the situation also well. And I would say, in addition to what Johan said from Plan S is all reflected in OA 20. So, but again, from a bottom-up perspective. And in addition, actually, in OA 2020, we are trying to take even more care of these things because it's bottom-up and many editors are engaged, actually. And so let me just give you one short example. The Netherlands have also made great progress very early on in the game, right, in a political action. And my colleague Gerard Meyer was the Rectors Conference president, so the head of the Rectors Conference. And they also negotiated such a deal, and he shared all these things. And still they forgot at some point to include it. They wanted to dry out such a fund that would support other journals, right? And then while doing so in our communication, we realized, oh, no, we must not write it out. So the problem is actually not that the transformative agreements themselves are bad for the small journals. They are actually good because they liberate money. But the problem is if the actors pay too little attention, right? So that's what we jointly need to do. And that's what it's a big task within OA 2020 to raise awareness to gather the needs and to raise awareness how to pay it. And the last small thing, because technicalities are so important. Again, APCs are not an evil or bad thing. It's a quantity on which you count. So if you get APCs, no matter from which source, then you can also run the journal, right? And so there needs to be a way to channel the money either institutionally or on an article by article base or a lump sum, whatever. And all this has been discussed at length since multiple years in many organizations, and we are trying to gather that in OA 2020. So I would like to invite you to join that effort.
Okay, thanks very much, Ulrich. The only other issue that we have is another question written on the chat by Andre, basically to complete his previous one is to Johan. I can translate it. I don't know, Andre, if I'm right. Basically, Andre is asking for a clear statement from Johan on the subscribe to open model that EMS has chosen. Johan, do you have a chance of
subscribe to open? I've told Andre this also in a private conversation we had last week. We fully support an approach such as subscribe to open because it is congruent with our goals. It will lead to full open access. It falls under the transitional or under the transformative arrangements that we endorse.
Okay, so I don't have any other question open. Back to you, Barbara and Piero.
Okay.
I think that Piero is have to start again. I don't know if we start again quickly or we give 5 minutes. Maybe we give 5 minutes and we recover at 12. Okay.
Okay.
Piero, you are without microphone, so.
I think that. I was thinking we can do it we can start at 12.
12, just 3 minutes because.
3 minutes, with better.
Okay.
Okay, I think we can resume with Petra Rudolf. Petra is a professor at the University of Groningen, a professor in solid state physics. She is president of the European Physics Society. And I have to tell you that she is also, she has an Italian side that, so we are very happy that she also share with us a piece of the Italian culture. So Petra, we are eager to hear you, so please go.
Yes, I'm not going to share a presentation because essentially most of the things that I had in my presentation have already been said by other people. So you probably know that the European Physical Society in general is for open access, but there are concerns, and the concerns regard what is going on now with Coalition S and Plan S. And I can tell you that there are two issues which one in part has already been mentioned, and that is we have 42 member societies. And of these 42 member societies, many are in countries without funding agencies that are in Coalition S. And many are in countries where the research funding is even much worse than it is in Italy, as Stefano mentioned before. So there are lots of researchers who really do not know how to publish in open access just because they don't know how to finance that. And when you are saying, well, they are all going to get vouchers, I doubt that where should that money come from? I mean, if we find, I have not heard from here, from the conversations today, a business model which would really explain how researchers in, let's say, even the poorer European countries should have access to open access publishing if they have to pay for it because their research funding just simply does not allow it. As one of the researchers with whom I talked in preparation for this event yesterday, he said, you see, my group publishes 10 papers per year. Even if I have to pay only €1,000, which is one of the cheapest open access fees, that is my entire research budget. It is impossible that I can pay for that. So that's one worry that that is there, and which for which I have not seen a perfect economic model yet. The other question is that many of these 42 member societies of the European Physical Society, they have a publication activity. The EPS itself has a publication activity, as you have heard from Angela Bracco's talk this morning. So what is the problem there? The problem is that if we would wish to make, to become transformative journals, again, we do not have a good example of a business model for that, because countries like China, India, the United States, South America, they make up a large proportion of the authors, even much more than the European authors. So how do we finance that? It's not a question of not wishing to do it. It's a question of not seeing a business model that could support it. Another thing that many young scientists, so I have talked to Young Minds as well. Young Minds is the part of the European Society who is, that is PhD students, postdocs, and students. And so they also have their opinions on publications. And what they are saying is that they are very much on the point of the high work pressure. And what they are saying is that we want public access. We are very much in favor of that, But what it comes down to is that we have to work more, because there is no way that all the work that we put into journals is compensated in any fashion. So there are these issues which are out there, and for which I have not heard any definite answers yet. So there is a great wish to go towards open access, but there is no way that these problems are solved, like all the investments of the member societies for their journals to guarantee reliable archiving, to attract good authors to the journals, to keep the standard high, and so on. There is a lot of work involved, and there are a lot of investments made. And right now, it is not clear how this can be done with a different financial model than the one we have now. I think I stop here because we are hugely over time, but I just wanted to put these issues on the table as well. And I want to thank you for having invited us to this discussion.
Thank you very much, Petra, even because you really made a very synthetic but very sharp contribution. So I think that for questions we will have time at the end. This is the last group of speakers, and then we will open up a session of questions again. So Susanna Terracini, I see, is ready there. Susanna is a professor of mathematical analysis in the University of Turin in Italy. She was a member of the Italian National Evaluation Agency for a few years. She quitted more or less 1 year ago, even less. And this is the reason that she is now very happy. And Susanna was elected in the Executive Committee of European Mathematical Society exactly the same day that Frédéric Helein was. And both of them are very sensitive to this issue of open access. So we are willing to hear what Susanna is going to tell us. Please, Susanna, go.
Thank you, Piero. I share my screen. I have a few slides. So let me go on the screen sharing.
Yeah, we see you. Just
Can you see my slides?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, very good.
Okay. So, well, thank you very much for organizing this very interesting workshop. And I'm going to express a number of concerns on the direction that is following the transformative agreements and the consequences we are going to face in the next years. Okay, what I'm going to elaborate and what I'm going to share with you are some thought I have and some concerns about the ban on hybrid journals and the consequences of that on the market, but also on the everyday life of scientists. It is clear, and this has been already highlighted by some of my predecessors, that the joint effect of Plan S and the transformative agreements is directing the publishing market towards the model gold open access with APC. All the rest are just kind of side aspects, but I would say that the big effect, the macroscopic effect on the market is this one. I'm also in a number of editorial boards and in some editorial committee. In fact, we started thinking what should we do as a journal on about this problem? Okay, this model can be somehow expressed in various ways. We are mathematicians, and so we are kind of, we have a certain care on the logical aspects. One way to express the sentence that the model is going to be paid to publish, and is to express if you don't pay, you don't publish. And this is, in fact, what I'm going to try to elaborate on. Let me also say that open access of journals is not something new. Public libraries exist since many years, and the role of academic institutions in providing the materials for researchers to anyone is something that has always been one of the key roles of academic institution. What is maybe new is that we now expect to have an immediate access to the contents of the journals, of the scientific articles, and of course this concerns mainly the electronic versions of the articles. It has been pointed out that, and it is one of the statements of Planck, that open access publication fees are covered not by individual researchers, and but by institutions. And these should somehow lift the ethical consequence, the ethical issues related with the transition and the turn into a full open access with APC's configuration of the mark. I am very much concerned about this, and I even think that these transformative agreements are inserting some also psychological facts in the scientific community that should be taken into account. The researchers are going to become acquainted with paying open access, and once they will be, then the ethical and fairness issues related will go into the background. But it is clear that we are moving in that direction. I don't think that the fact that authors are not paying individually or directly their publication charges is a solution to the ethical problem. If you don't pay, you don't publish. In fact, there is a number of categories which are excluded from the wave of article publication charge. Of course, for example, in Italy, it has been signed an agreement by a pool of universities, which is not the totality of academic institutions in Italy. Of course, there are not structured individuals, researchers from countries not subscribing any agreement, and all national researchers, when the number of tokens will be reached. You can think of these categories are like, I don't know, penguins of the Antarctic, so few and irrelevant people. And this may also be true, but this point of view could be reversed. How many people do not have an access to the contents of the articles right now? So you could reverse this point of view. Anyway, one aspect that has not maybe been raised in a proper way up to now in this discussion are the effects, the impact of the paying for publishing model to the academic freedom. Maybe Graziano Gentili has raised this problem, but let me concentrate a few minutes on that. I'm the editor-in-chief of a traditional hybrid scientific journal. I work, usually for free or for a little money, to animate the academic debate on some specific topic, I don't know, nonlinear differential equations or whatever. And at some point, in a few years, the journal has the choice to offer open access to everybody, or it's not clear which money, but or to turn into a model of gold open access journal with article processing charge. Well, this makes a big and enormous difference, even if it was involving only few people. I'm the director. I cannot publish contributions of science who don't pay. And I also know that the existence of APC will prevent some scientists to submit their contribution on my journal. Okay, and this is not only a point of injustice against penguins of the Antarctic. It's a problem, it's an ethical problem. It's a problem in managing the journal. It's a problem of efficiency of the system. It's not a personal problem of those who are excluded. Okay, and there are also other aspects that has not been deepened enough in this. Is, for example, why the article processing charges are so high. I cannot understand. These are charges that are related with online publications. With €2,000, you could cover the expenses of the practical expenses of a journal for, I don't know, at least for years. There is another danger that Europe and the rest of the world will go in different direction. This could restore a segregation between the two communities, which is clearly not desirable. Okay, so to end up to be with this presentation, there are three proposals, the three things I think should be in the focus of this discussion and in the focus of the negotiation with the big, less big, and small publishing house. First is the enforcing of green open access mode with no embargo. This should be put in the pot of all negotiation and should be the starting point of everything. Someone was saying, I don't want to get older without seeing open access in action. Okay, this could be done tomorrow. It exists, the green open access mode. The point is to convince publishing house to relieve the embargo. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it while we are negotiating and promising them a lot of money for the article processing charge. So start with doing this. The second is, well, there is an ethical problem. One cannot deny it. This ethical problem could slow the switch to the full open access model. So the ban on hybrid journal should be postponed up to the point where the publishing market has found an equilibrium which also take into account of equity, plurality, and academic freedom. The third, and it is not it's the last but not the least, the development of alternative models not involving the APC must be in the center of the discussion. The subscribe to open option, the one proposed by the publishing good approximation. It could be refined, but especially I think that there should be a psychological switch, and institutions, academic institutions, should not be considered customers of publishing house, and their contribution is not paying some fees, should be considered as a form of patronage. So if we want to go into some direction, the diamond open access mode should be our aim. Thank you very much. That's I have finished.
Piero, devi accendere il microfono, Piero. Ah, non ti sentiamo, Piero.
No, no.
Non so perché.
Okay.
Adesso sì. Okay.
Just a moment. So next speaker is, thank you, Susanna, for your for pointing out many relevant questions. So the next speaker is Professor Maria Chiara Pievatolo from the University of Pisa. She is a person that is a member of various committees at CRUI. I think she was one of the first people to enter in this committee at CRUI. And Maria Chiara Pievatolo, now she teaches political philosophy at the Department of Political Science at the University of Pisa. And she is vice president of the Italian Association for the Promotion of Open Science. So I don't see Maria Chiara Pievatolo, but I hope she's there. Sorry, Maria Chiara, are you there? Is Maria Chiara there? It seems that we have some problem.
She's on the chat.
Yeah, but she cannot give a talk from the chat.
Yeah, so we had a problem before at the beginning.
I mean, she's there, but maybe she cannot connect.
Can you connect to her to understand?
Piero and Barbara, I propose if Paola Galimberti is there, we should maybe shift, and in the meantime, I'll call by phone Maria Chiara Pievatolo.
Okay.
To help her, okay. So Paola Galimberti is here.
She's on the screen, but...
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. We don't see you. Okay. So Paola Galimberti is Dr. Paola Galimberti works at the University Statale Milano. She works on topics like performance quality insurance, research assessment, open science policies on behalf of her university. She's also a member of the CRUI committee regarding open access. So please go ahead. I'm sorry we can only hear you, but do you have to share screen or not?
Yes,
okay.
I try.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, do you see my screen?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so thank you for this invitation. I work at the University of Milan, and that is the name of my unit, and that is the way how the University of Milan has decided to face the issue of open science, reconnected with performance, with quality assurance, with research assessment issues. Let me say then that we are talking here about transformative agreements, green open access, gold open access, Plan S, as if they were disconnected from each other, while they are one and the same thing. That means different aspects of a single process that we will call open science, and that should be the only possible way to do science. I think our researchers are not fully aware of this, but I hope we will be soon aware. I'm referring here to the well-known Leroux paper, Open Science and its Role in Universities, that traces a roadmap for cultural change. So I think it is not possible to decontextualize green open access or transformative agreements from the theme of process transparency and from the way research is managed, validated, evaluated, and disseminated. I've been asked from Stefano Bianco to describe a real application of this Leroux roadmap and to focus in this description on some particular aspects, keeping in mind that every single action has to be read in a context, and the context is open science. So I described briefly this cultural change. It started to 2008.
Hello?
Thesis, and we established an e-publishing diamond platform based on OJS. Then from 2014-2017, we approved a policy for open access, for green open access, based on an institutional repository, a DSpace one. We approved a policy on research data management, and we offered our researchers a Dataverse instance. And we established a commission on open science with delegates from our departments. From each department, we have a delegate in the commission. Then we participate in the Open APC project, and we started teaching to teach open science and research evaluation in our PhD courses. And we participate in the FP7 post-grant project. 2020, we have established for this year an APC central fund only for open access journal, not hybrid. And green open access is an issue in our strategic plan. That means that we hope to reach the milestone of 50% of our publication in open access, green or gold. And open access has a small part in the internal resources distribution. So regarding the APC, UNEMI collects data on how much the departments have spent since 2016 and contributes to...
L'audio lo sto sentendo bene.
Yes, Maria Chiara, we can hear you now.
Shall I go public? Shall I continue?
Maria Chiara should switch off the microphone.
I'm trying.
Okay, so I go on. Regarding the APC, UNEMI collects data on how much the department has spent since 2016 and contributes to this Open APC project. We can see the figure of of the expenses from 2016 to 2019. But we can see that the figure is changing. So this was the landscape in 2016, and this was the landscape in 2019. We can see that this was the mean value for each article and for each publisher. And we can see that there was an increase in costs linked to the increase in the popularity of a publisher. In 2020, 31 out of 68 articles funded by our central fund were published in MDPI journals, and the mean value is increased. So, who pays for what? Here are some data from 2019 and 2020. And we can see that UNIMI, the University of Milan, paid for 0.5% of its open access gold article. So the other gold articles were paid by other institutions. And so we must bear in mind that the percentage of open access articles paid by our institution is a small part of the open access article co-authored by our researchers. As we don't know how the landscape will be in the next year or how long the model of the scientific journal will last, I think we should try different models and not only one. Transformative agreements are one of these models, but we need to think about whether this model is sustainable. For making informed decision, it is important that we foster a cultural change in our institution. Our researchers have to understand what does it mean to pay for publish, and what are the costs for scientific communication. We should be able to collect our institution data and not rely on data from publisher or from third parties. And we should try to experiment with different models, green, gold, diamond, and publishing platform. The University of Milan has done this experiment with this OJS platform. We publish at the moment 50 journals indexed in the directory of open access journals. They are all open access diamond. They are based on the voluntary work of 50 editorial boards and of hundreds of reviewers. And we reached last year the milestone of 1 million downloads, and the cost of this platform is 10,000 euros. So I think this is a way institutions and researchers can contribute to the transformation of the scientific communications beyond transformative agreements and agreements with the oligopoly of publishers. Thank you.
Thank you very much to Dr. Galimberti for this precise description of what's going on in a big university like Milan. And I think that most of the problems she exposed are shared by various other institutions, many others. So I hope that now Professor Pievatolo, Maria Chiara Pievatolo, can join us. Okay.
Do you hear me?
Yes, madam.
Do you hear?
Yes.
Yes, well, I'm trying to share my screen. Okay, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes, well, I can start. Thank you very much for the invitation. I am just like an alien visitor. I'm trying to answer one of the proposed questions. The question: should the academic community found an international quality certification organization to take scientific publishing away from commercial publisher? To make a long story short, since the invention of writing, scholars perceived an imbalance of power between the medium and their message. I mean, while they were able to control and to make sense of asynchronous face-to-face conversation, they felt themselves dispossessed by the asynchronous and not interactive written and printed media. According to Plato, this is a well-known quote of Phaedro, a written text can help readers to know that, but how can we be sure that they, and we know also why, if we cannot talk to readers any longer? At the beginning of a modern age, Martin Luther felt himself overwhelmed by the power of printing. The unauthorized reprinters of his German language Bible translation modified his text so deeply that he could not even recognize it. The ancient solution of the question was proposed by Plato, and it relied on the slowness of a manuscript culture. Texts should not be taken too seriously, according to Plato, and should circulate freely because their very survival depends on the knowledge communities copying and studying them. People in this situation still counted more than papers. The modern scholarly community took printing under its control by inventing the scientific journal. You can see the very first scientific journal, the well-known Philosophical Transactions of the Royal Society. The scientific journals was meant at first as a social registry of scientific innovation, a tool to public knowledge the paternity of theories and discoveries, and to produce a civil yet lively debate between people who thought in different ways. However, always to make a long story too short, in the second half of the 20th century, the very fact that the submitted article submitted article should be selected to be published because of the limitation of the technology of printing, and later the possibility to calculate the amount of their citation suggested a solution in which papers began to count more than people, began to count more than knowledge communities. In such a new situation, to assess research, you can rely on its container, on the container in which a paper is published. In such a situation, some research assessment officials started to think that to assess research, you do not need to read to understand the papers, taking into account the journals where they are published and counting their citation could be enough to assess the value of research. Bibliometric generated the idea of core journals, the idea of media that had become so powerful to persuade that the container alone is able to determine the quality of the content. This was the root of a well-known serious crisis. I take it for noun, and I take it for granted. Proposed questions is indeed a revolutionary questions. The serial crisis is generated by the inelasticity of the demand that is the outcome of the very concept of core journals. The questions suggested is based on the idea that we do not need the publishers any longer to make research public because of internet and computer revolution. We still need, however, people, scientists, to select and to evaluate it. We need, as stated, Umberto Eco stated in a famous, well-known interview, we need a filter. And the idea is that instead of giving away a lot of money to commercial publishers, we should found and fund a scholarly organization to act as a filter. Such idea bears some dangers. First of all, how could we avoid to replace a market oligopoly with an oligarchy of scientists? Then, how to select the members of a certification organization? And last but not least, how to avoid the conformism due to a kind of centralization of the brand of scientificity. How can we deal with such dangers? How can we avoid, and is it possible to avoid to remain between a rock and a hard place? Well, we might look for inspiration in history, past and present. In the ancient democracy of Athens, democracy kept oligarchy at bay by splitting the political powers by assigning very short and judicially accountable mandates, and by selecting most of the authorities by driving laws. Another solution, the directory of open access journals is made by volunteers editors, mostly librarians, and its work is doing a formal publicity and transparency check, a process check, not a content check. Another well-known example is the archive, with its horizontal peer-to-peer endorsement system. And another interesting example are credit rating agencies, Standard & Poor's, Moody's, and so on. They are not just one, but there are many competing authorities. This is my conclusion. The COVID-19 experience has shown us a kind of science that is more aware of its limitation. A science that the philosopher of science, Jerome Redetz, has called post-normal science. Such kind of post-normal science should also be aware that the question of quality assurance is a political one. And should also be aware that science shares with the politics the awareness that facts are uncertain, values in dispute, stakes high, and sometimes decisions urgent. It could be a very new idea, but it is rather old. Vita brevis ars longa, occasio presses, etc. is a well-known aphorism of the founding father of one of the earliest established science in the ancient world. This is my conclusion. A very uncertain conclusion. I give you at the very last slides a very short bibliography. Thank you very much for your attention. I'm sorry for the technical glitches.
Error, you are muted.
Frau Maria Chiara, thank you very much for your interesting contribution, which brought us a perspective that is a bit different from what in the average people in hard science is used to discuss, although somehow touching very, very relevant issues. And I think in the next discussion now, we are going to probably see some of these points discussed by question, etc. So the first question comes from Ulrich.
Yes, well, I have a...
Oh, please,
yes.
Let me...
Yes, but since Petra indeed raised several questions, right, I just wanted to provide a quick answer, because indeed we do have multiple models out there. Business model is really something for the business people to talk about, but we have multiple models out there. And you know also from physics, we have the New Journal of Physics, right? We have archive.org, which some of our organizations are cross-funding since the 1990s. So actually there are lots of models out there, and indeed we need to develop them further, but I would really say there are plenty of examples out there, and they are also listed on OA 2020 and in many other locations. But my question would be to Maria Chiara, what her concerns are, because again, there we have a lot of these models out there. So what her main concern, I think we can improve through open access, but what is your main concern that would get worse through open access in all these important issues that you addressed?
Do you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, well, my main concern is very simple. The major problem is the colonization by commercial publisher of scientific conversation that until the first half of the 20th century was outside the world of market and competition. Before the half of 20th century, it was granted that scientific publishing was a kind of pro bono publishing. So if we have the problem to assure, to evaluate research, why why we do not find a system to unbundle the research evaluation for commercial publishing? For this reason, I very much agree with Professor Helein. because Professor Helein underlines the dangers of remain connected to commercial publishing. If publisher were meant as provider of services and of publishing service and not of evaluation service, maybe the serial crisis would be overcome.
But Maria, Chiara, just a short response. I mean, since 20 years, we have many examples, actually, starting with archive.org. Since 30 years, we have many examples that open access is actually counteracting this threat, which I see also. I agree with you. So I share your concern, but we have proof since 30 years, 3-0, that it's the opposite. Archive started, green open access was first. And now the many other forms of open access are already bringing more diversity. I can prove it with numbers also, if you like, when we have time later on. It's all out there. It's all available. Jeremy showed examples.
Yes, I agree, but it is very different according to the disciplinary fields.
If I can add something about, I think one of the problems is that we have an old system coming from centuries ago, where in the journal we have together archiving, diffusion, evaluation, and the branding. The branding is the name of the review. You want to publish in Science and Nature, and then you get a lot of money and funding. So one should be able to split different functions: archiving, diffusion, evaluation. And I think, for instance, there are a nice experiments such as peer community in is a system of evaluation which is independent of where your paper is published. And also in biology, there is prelighters in biology, various systems which are working, for instance, with a repository. So we have papers on repositories, and then you can, if the access to repositories is sufficiently open with a good license, you can add many review system, comment system, social network. You have a whole variety. And so it's fine that OR 21 support that, and I think this is the effect of the transition. But to come back to OR 21, I'm not that optimistic to the long term. So you showed a curve where the cost of money, so it increases, and after OR 21 it goes low. But my fear is that then it increases again, because you will afterwards be in an economical market which is blocked by publishers again. That's my fear. So the transition has created a nice dynamic. It's true that you have a nice dynamic, but long term, I have some concern.
Petra,
okay, ars longa vita brevis.
So I just want to come back to the discussion of the journals of the learned societies, because it is true that there are alternative models for publishing which are sustainable, and on that I know examples, and I certainly, as the European Physical Society, is very happy that these sources exist. But I think we can all agree that the journals of the learned societies play a crucial role in the landscape of scientific publishing. And when I say I don't see a business model, what I mean, I don't see a way how they can sustain themselves and be sustainable as source of income for the learned societies in this change as it is proposed now. If I don't understand something, please correct me, but I don't see it. Thank you.
Petra, it's not a correction, it's an answer. We are proving this since 20 years with the one society, the European Geosciences Union. It's 20 large journals all across Europe with editors from all the world. Actually, most of our authors are from China and from the US. And they, in our case, do pay APCs. We have a large waiver program, which we are not exhausting. The average page charge is 1,000 to 1,500 euros, depending on the length. And, you know, this works beautifully. It's a 10 to 20% surplus. Please look at my slides. And this is just one example that I know perfectly well, really. It's 20 years sustainability. It's a large surplus for all involved parties, and it's low costs. And I know for sure from facts and rational thinking that you can do this in most areas, not in all. That's why we also said in OA 2020, depending on community preferences, I have talked to lawyers, to real lawyers who earn their money. They say, of course, we have practitioners in the field who don't, not scientists, who publish with us, so we want to sell the journal. They shall go ahead, of course, like that. We don't want to enforce that to all, but where the money sits, the 8 billion euros, for most of that which is wasted, we can do that. Sorry, the facts are out there since many years.
Okay, sorry, I think your point of view has been very well clarified. So I think we can switch to other questions. So Barbara or Stefano, do you see questions on the...
I only see one new question. Most of the questions have been already answered by panelists on the chat. There is one very recent by Giuseppe Mingione. I believe there is no way out than natural one. New journals are founded and handled directly by scientific community. They should be completely free. Today, this is not difficult to implement as internet and archive allow. It is not difficult. I believe there are a few obstructions apart to the scientific community use existing journals also to exploit their control. I think this goes a little bit in the direction of Maria Chiara's proposal of an independent organization from commercial publishers. Of course, they should be completely free is a very questionable statement point of view, because there are expenses, so it cannot be completely free. But maybe one of the panelists want to answer to that.
Oh, I think that what that does mean is that probably the financial support doesn't come from APC. Of course, there will be someone else that will have to put some money, because the system cannot run by itself.
The review process cannot be free. This is clear to all of us, but can be fair and
general,
can exclude the gain of commercial publishers.
Running a journal has a cost.
Right.
Of course, we can discuss what we are doing, who is going to sustain the costs.
Right.
So the APC, as far as I see, is not a model that, for instance, in communities like a mathematician and a physicist, get a great success. Maybe we have to change our mind. So, you know, it's clearly we hope that we are open-minded people, so we can clearly. So is there other questions? Barbara, do you have something?
No, there is nothing more in the chat.
Okay.
Wait a minute. There is Nicoletta Zar that say, I think that the question from Fatia should be answered, but this was answered, I think.
I didn't see that. Which was the question of Fatia?
It was a long question, but this was answered. It was, I can read it.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. I'm trying to find it. Okay, because she wrote an email and then we copied the question here. Fatia wrote, the way open access in Plan S is presented by funders, commercial publishers, is only based on funding questions. Research is first elaborated at the bottom by the researcher, and its evaluation performed by researcher intelligent access to it is guaranteed by the librarians. How you guarantee independence, the quality, non-conflict of interest of such a model for research based only on a money analysis? But I think that Johan answered. So Johan, maybe you can answer.
Yes, I answered saying that, of course, I mean, a good publisher or a bona fide publisher, even an exploitative publisher, will make sure that there is big wall between, let's say, the quality assessment of the article on the one hand by reviewers and the editors and the financial aspect. I mean, even Elsevier does that, right? I mean, most big publishers do that. The editors and reviewers are guaranteed independence and they select the articles, and only then only then does the payment aspect come in.
Yeah, this is a bit controversial because, for instance, I had a personal experience collaborating with some biologists where from a big publisher, we have been asked before the definitive letter of acceptance of the paper whether or not we are going to open access. In that case, it was easy for us because we had European money grants which included open access. So we already have.
How does that speak to the problem? Because I mean, whether the choice is
but
the choice is open access or not does not influence the decision.
The point is the timing of the question. The question is perfectly correct. The point is that if I can give a suggestion, Plan S, Coalition S should issue stricter ethical issue on this thing, because this is a matter of integrity. Although it's very well hidden, could become a matter of integrity. Then it is something that can be addressed with much more strict and explicit rules at this level. Because
actually there is a different body that already looks into those things, like COPE. COPE looks at ethical issues, so we cannot do everything. There is already a body amongst publishers and editors.
I can let you know privately the example.
Sure.
There is a couple of things. There is another observation by Giuseppe Mingione that says that in Parma, we have a journal also supported by the university. If every university would have one, we would pay less. So this was a little bit an answer to what Stefano said. And then there is another question by Graziano that is for Stefano Ruffo, and is in the recent agreement made by CRUI in the green open access, is the green open access with no embargo included?
No, because this is a transformative agreement. So the paper is then directly can be deposited in the archive. So in fact, the embargo issue is discussed in general by the working group in CRUI, and it is related with the copyright agreement that the author signed with the publisher. It's very much dependent on that, the position of the editors. And so, for instance, I have quoted an example in the chat that we have a journal, GSSI, which is co-owned with IOP, and the copyright agreement allows deposit without embargo of the version of record. So this is, of course, a position that is an agreement between the journal editors and the publisher. So I encourage both the authors to deal with this issue also directly with the publishers through their organizations, societies, and all that. This is, of course, an important issue. It's an important issue.
Okay, so there was another question.
No, there is an answer by Maria Chiara.
Yes.
Let me understand. You certainly know there is a link. The major obstacle is the shiftiness of research assessment criteria, above all, when they are under the control of a central administrative authority. That's it. I don't know if this was an answer to something. There is a Ulrich that wants to say something.
I would just like to follow up on because that's really an issue, and that's, for example, a thing why, again, I think first transforming the current system and then improving it further is so important. Because if you go, for example, I've discussed, Frédéric, also with a lot of French colleagues. We have French colleagues in our journals, lots of them, and so on. I have colleagues also who pursue more this AL approach, right, with the state repository and so on. And I think we need all of them in order to not have the state run a repository and decide what goes in there, right? So that's why I think that the publishing system should first be improved quickly, funds liberated, and then we build all these additional things. But I'm also very concerned if you go only for university journal. I'm fully for university journals, but if you have only a state repository, a university repository, and no other publishers, small publishers anymore, then you might in the long run, not in the short, also run into such opinion monopolies. And so that's why I think we should preserve what is good and improve what is not so good in current publishing.
So, okay, so if no further questions are on the chat, I think that I'm not going to draw conclusion in the traditional sense, because I think that the matter is...
Sorry, Piero, there is an observation by Susanna. Just let me just read it. Susanna Terracini. Yes. It should be included in Plan S, the ban of all journals which do not allow green open access of AAM with no embargo.
I'd like to answer that. You will see that the policy that we are publishing tomorrow, which I would like again to draw your attention to,
yes,
goes a long way in that direction.
Okay. That's good news.
This is a positive answer.
Yeah, that's good.
So
I think you will be pleased.
Huh?
I think you will all be pleased.
No, but sure. This is one of the... So, okay, what we can say that it was for me at least, but I hope for many of you, an interesting experience to have together people from different branches of academics, from scientific societies and founders somehow. So this is something that I think that suggests at least one thing. We should try to repeat. I don't know if we will be the people that will do, but I think I suggest that around this group of people and other people that for sure can be joined, we should try to go further with this kind of discussions and initiative, public initiative, because the topics are relevant, and in this moment the level of a confusion under the sky is still very big. We will try to distillate some very little conclusion, but we will circulate what we think we can summarize a little, if we are able to summarize a little bit things that will not be, of course, any official document, because we were not prepared for that. We didn't circulate anything in advance, so it would be too arrogant doing that. But we will try to circulate some distillation of the discussion if possible, getting your contribution and correction on this, something that we will try. I can say that many, not everybody, because there are different points of view even on this issue, but there are many concerns on APC. Clearly, we heard Frédéric, we heard Petra, and those are, we heard Susanna, all people that is in Barbara couldn't talk, but otherwise I know. People from scientific societies really brought a point of view that is somehow APC, in my opinion, of course, is something that we should really, in this sense, even those kind of bias on somehow on the way you do, or the integrity of the decision, and the way that Maria Chiara raised that you may have somehow an external control of the real dialogue and debate inside the scientific community. So those kind of issues needs to be deepened. I don't think we have answer, because also Ulrich brought us certain evidence of, if you want, some mathematical considerations, some empirical modeling that suggests a certain conclusion. I have to tell you that I'm not 100% convinced, but still the things, the topics, the argument to support this thesis that he brought deserve to be deepened. We had by Angela Bracco also a point of view of an important learning society. Jeremy gave us a deep insight of what is discussing among computer scientists, and we can see that the publication model there is a bit different from the rigid model that physicists and mathematicians have, probably because the community is new, somehow is more modern for what you can give a meaning to this sentence. But even for mathematicians and physicists, it could be important to understand the experience of other communities. And computer scientists are close enough to give us some suggestion, also some potential model. So of course we are looking for models that try to balance all the problems, to give us models that somehow have to, models that somehow try to find a new path. Of course, we cannot stay on the old path. And many things came out. There is 20 years of effort from the communities to try to understand something. But of course, the concern of the scientific, the people, the scientific communities is something important. So, although some of you are very expert and may think that some of these concerns are naive, I would suggest not to take in any case those concerns. Do not underscore those concerns. In this moment, it is my impression that the big body of the scientific communities, at least in certain areas, is absolutely skeptic. So if one has to go on, one should not detach from the main body of the science, of the people that is doing science. Anyway, we will try to circulate some conclusion. We will try to, which will not be real conclusion. And we will try to essentially stimulate also other events like that. So I thank you, all of you for being patient, being here, and I hope there will be many other occasions in this situation. So I know that people like Stefano took out the time for a lot of commitment that he has as a rector. So, and I thank him particularly to be with us.
It was very, very interesting, and I was wondering whether we can circulate the slides of the presentation.
This is something that please send by email or send us slides. Then we will put probably in a sort of a repository on Google Drive or something like that. And we'll let circulate the information. Possibly also by the web page of GSSI will be another possibility. But we will try to build up different paths to get this material. So thank you very much to all of you. Thank you to Barbara and Stefano for helping here. Today was quite a tough day for me for different reasons, but thank you to everybody for participating.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
And thank you to Piero as well.
Thanks, Piero, Barbara.
Thank you very much for the very nice
Ciao a tutti.
workshop.
Ciao a tutti.
Bye bye.
Ciao, ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Grazie, ciao.
Grazie a tutti.